to pay me, give me the money to do it. I don't know. Woo!
Each hour we play, another chapter unfolds. No limit to dreams in a city of gold. We rise and we fall, but the story won't end. In the unwritten RP, I found more than a friend. In the unwritten role play, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the heights to the calm after rain, this world is my home, where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten role play, my script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the heist to the calm after rain, this world is mine.
Hold on, I need to.
I log into the world where the streets come alive. Unwritten stories waiting my turn to survive. From a humble street thug to a mastermind's reign, the choices are endless, it's a thrilling campaign. Crew by my side, we're scheming all night. Under neon skies, chasing dreams in the fight. The city's a canvas, my destiny's mine. In this story we're crafting, no limits, no lines. In unwritten roleplay, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the heist to the calm after rain, this world is my home, where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten roleplay, where legends are born. Through chaos and glory, we weather the storm. Robbing Fleeca banks with my crew by my side. The Pacific's locked tight, but tonight it's our prize. From crafting in shadows to staking new ground, the roar of ambition, it's a deafening sound. Territories claimed, we battle for more. The streets are alive and they're keeping the score. But it's more than the loot or the power we gain. It's the bonds that we build, the joy through the strain. In unwritten roleplay, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the heist to the calm after rain, this world is my home, where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten roleplay, where legends are born. Through chaos and glory, we weather the storm. Every boost, every chase, every close call, every meeting in shadows behind old brick walls. It's not just the thrill, it's the family we find. Every action we take leaves the past behind. Each hour we play, another chapter unfolds. No limit to dreams in a city of gold. We rise and we fall, but the story won't end. In unwritten RP, I found more than a friend. Unwritten roleplay, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the heist to the calm after rain, this world is my home, where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten roleplay, where legends are born. Through chaos and glory, we weather the storm. So here's to the stories, unwritten, untold. The bonds that we form, the moments of gold. Unwritten RP, you're more than a game. You're a second home, where I found my name.
I I log into the world where the streets come alive. Unwritten stories waiting my turn to survive. From a humble street thug to a mastermind's reign, the choices are endless, it's a thrilling campaign. Crew by my side, we're scheming all night. Under neon skies, chasing dreams in the fight. The city's a canvas, my destiny's mine. In the story we're crafting, no limits, no lines. In unwritten roleplay, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the heist to the calm after rain, this world is my home where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten roleplay, where legends are born. Through chaos and glory, we weather the storm. Robbing Fleeca banks with my crew by my side. The Pacific's locked tight, but tonight it's our prize. From crafting in shadows to staking new ground, the roar of ambition, it's a deafening sound. Territories claimed, we battle for more. The streets are alive and they're keeping the score. But it's more than the loot or the power we gain. It's the bonds that we build, the joy through the strain. In unwritten roleplay, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the heist to the calm after rain, this world is my home where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten roleplay, where legends are born. Through chaos and glory, we weather the storm. Every boost, every chase, every close call, every meeting in shadows behind old brick walls. It's not just the thrill, it's the family we find. Every action we take leaves the past behind. Each hour we play, another chapter unfolds. No limit to dreams, in a city of gold. We rise and we fall, but the story won't end. In unwritten RP, I found more than a friend. In unwritten roleplay, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the heist to the calm after rain, this world is my home where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten roleplay, where legends are born. Through chaos and glory, we weather the storm. So here's to the stories, unwritten, untold. The bonds that we form, the moments of gold. Unwritten RP, you're more than a game. You're a second home, where I found my name.
Hey, thanks for that. 9 months. Appreciate the support. How's everybody doing today? We're gonna do a little pre-stream, a little early start to the community meeting. I'm just gonna be kind of doing some stuff, nothing major. I wouldn't worry about paying attention too much during it, although you never know what you're gonna see while I'm doing things and stuff. Man, listen. If your plans are getting thrown off, I'm sorry about that. But I got plans too. But don't worry. This is just a pre-stream. I'm not going to be doing anything community meeting related until the actual start time. Now the start time was wrong, so that's an issue. The only thing I can think of is it has to do with daylight savings time, because for some ungodly reason, people that run our country, including our state leadership, think it's a good idea to still do this malarkey, and it just you know. I think humans as creatures tend to strive on
hype train started.
Okay, alright, you guys. Calm down. It's just the pre-stream. We got a hype train going. Just, I mean, from 2 subscriptions, I think. That means my threshold's probably really low. But I'm okay with that. Thank you for the 2 months, Stanley. Glad to see you here. Yeah, anyways, I think it's daylight savings time. It's actually just convenient to blame a lot of things on daylight savings time, so I'm gonna go with that, and no one can stop me. So there. You know what? It's a good idea. Like, it's a good idea to prep for your trip. You know, while I'm doing the pre-stream, you're not gonna miss anything major. But when it comes time, I think there's some things that people are going to be excited to see. I always say that though. I'd be a bad streamer if I didn't type up my own shit, right? You're not going to want to miss it. Tell your friends. Unbelievable. New content. Oh, wait, can I stand? Hold on. There we go. If I go further, maybe it's more to scale. See, this is the first new feature that I'm announcing. It's the ability to stand in front of things and alter one's perspective and make it look like it's something it's not. For example, you may think I have wings equipped right now. I don't actually. I know you can't tell this because there's definitely not obvious strings hanging from the ceiling, but if there were strings hanging from the ceiling, you'd know that those wings are just hanging from the ceiling. They're not actually attached to me. It's just a pre-stream. I put it in the announcement. But yeah, daylight savings time kind of screwed up the meeting start, so the meeting's supposed to start in 1 hour and 15 minutes at 2 p.m. Eastern. I just realized when I was starting, and Jeff actually made a comment. He's like, "Yeah, you're 2.5 hours early," and I'm like, "Question mark? No, I'm 1.5 hours early." And so I went and looked at the event. Sure enough, the event was listed for 3 p.m. Eastern, which it's never been 3 p.m. Eastern. It's always been 2 p.m. So I guess I'm gonna have to change it every year, twice a year, when we do that idiotic thing where we change the time. It cost me an hour of sleep, and I'm not happy about it. And let me tell you, for the people that have kids, it's hella disruptive. Because kids don't give a shit what the clock says. When they're younger, they have them internal clocks, they wake them up. My God. And you're like, please, go back to bed. But they're like switches, they can't. When they're up, they're up. Tell you about it, no kid. Anyways, pre-stream. I'm just gonna be doing some work. I'm just gonna be doing some coding, but I'll chat with you guys while we hang out. You don't change time? Yeah, I know. So I wish I was in a state where we didn't change time. We have a lot of agriculture here, and I think that's probably why they still do it, because for farming and stuff, the early hours of daylight are important for them. But I mean, here's my perspective of it, okay? We have headlights, we have flashlights, we have floodlights, we have a bunch of light sources we didn't have back when this malarkey was created. So if they want to get up at 5 a.m. and go out there and plow the field, they can. Their tractors have lights on them now for the most part. Like, come on. Corn sweats. Oh, okay. Are we going to talk about corn sweats right now? Are we going to educate people in the stream about the corn sweats? I live in the Middle East. Wait, that wasn't right. That's not right. What did I just say? That's incorrect. I live in the I live in the Northwest. No, shit. I live in the Midwest, in the northern part of it. Um, yes, I live in America. I don't know why I put myself out in another country, but I live in the Midwest, in the northern part, and I just got done saying we have a lot of agriculture here. Um, but there are states that are south of me that have more agriculture, and one of the most common and best growing crops in this area is corn. So did I just confess? Absolutely not. That's no. No. I'm no. I mean, sometimes I wish maybe I didn't live in this country, but I'm not gonna get political on my stream. So they grow and sell a lot of corn in the states that are south of me. So one day I was watching, I don't know, I was watching like a news, like a video, on like a short video from a news thing on one of my social media apps, and they had this graphic, and they were like, yeah, humidity is going to be very high over the next few weeks because of a phenomenon called the corn sweats. And of course, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when you hear about a weather phenomenon called the corn sweats, don't you kind of want to know more about it? Aren't you kind of like, first of all, it sounds disgusting. Like I kind of want to vomit. But also, what the fuck is that? What are the corn sweats? I want to know more. Even though I'll never use this information at any other point in my entire adult life, I still want to know about it because it just sounds absolutely ridiculous. So I looked into it, and apparently, because the corn takes a lot of water to grow, and it also absorbs a lot of that water during its early growth phases. But during the ending growth phases, it actually offloads a lot of the moisture that it retained during the growing process. And if you guys know anything about corn and Halloween, you know that like corn stalks are a decoration for Halloween, and if you've ever seen a corn stalk for Halloween, they're very dry, but they're still sturdy and fibrous, so they hold their shape and everything. So if you think about it, yeah, it makes sense. Those, like, we know that corn stalks offload the moisture and dry out and are used for decoration. But when you have like acres and acres and acres of corn that are doing that, it actually releases a lot of moisture into the atmosphere, and that becomes humidity. And because of the jet stream, it carries that humidity from like across multiple states. So when you live in this area during August, late August, when that phenomenon is happening, it gets really fucking humid here. Like really sticky, nasty, hard to breathe kind of humid. And I just found out a year or two ago that's because of this phenomenon called the corn sweats. So cue the more you know animation. I should put that as one of those HUD effects things. That'd be funny. Have to make a note. Alright. I got a list. My dog is annoying. What do you want? I fed you, I've let you outside. You got to bark at a few people that came to the door today. Like, what more? I gave you pets. What more can I do for you? What is it? You need your face cleaned. You got some tears. You've been crying? What's wrong, buddy? What's wrong? Here you go. There, I gave you attention. I should have a doggo cam like the cool streamers do. Should I have a doggo cam? You want your own cam, dog? You do? Will you be cute? Will you promise to bring me views? That's the contract. I'll get you a cam if you promise to do your part. Yes, I'll pay you. I'll give you extra treats. just sitting here talking to my dog on stream. That's good. Good content. I'm sure you guys are happy that you showed up for that. I don't think it's a secret. I'm gonna be announcing, not really announcing because it's already been announced, but I'll be doing a little bit of a deep dive on the achievement system, the reward system. It's had a couple different names, and I really am I just need to finish it. So like, I've been, there's a lot to do. I've got how's he gonna sit? I've got a lot of, stuff that I want to put in there, but it takes time to kind of build all of it out. So I've been working on that, and I've been uploading some spoilers to the VIPs. Loci, welcome into the pre-stream. Maybe I should put that in my title so people aren't freaking out. Is the music too loud? Is it like distracting? Music's okay? Good. You jamming to it? It's louder than my voice? I guess I'll have to start shouting at you, huh? I should probably put on some different music because this will definitely get repetitive. I only have so many versions of this. Give me a second. I will put on some coding jams here. Wait, how about I play a special song for you guys? I've got like a personal theme song that I like. It kind of summarizes my professional career.
Hello and welcome.
Oh, wait, that's not it.
Can you guys hear him? I do want to focus on it. Let me go focus on it, guys, and then I'll be back, okay?
All right.
Hello,
This
Mr.
this song summarizes like my life. It's great.
I am up here.
It's an older song though.
Masturbate to, like, take a look at all this stuff.
Code monkey, get up, get coffee. Code monkey, go to job. Code monkey, have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say code monkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do code monkey think? Code monkey think maybe manager wanna write goddamn login page himself. Code monkey not say it out loud. Code monkey not crazy, just proud. Code monkey like Fritos.
Hey, thanks for the 5 months.
Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you.
Welcome in, moderators, we're listening to my personal theme song. Check it out.
Code Monkey hang around at front desk till your sweater look nice. Code Monkey offer buy you soda, bring you cup, bring you ice. You say no thank you for the soda, cause soda make you fat. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. Code Monkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. Code Monkey not thinking so straight. Code Monkey not feeling so great. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man. Big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Lots. Code Monkey have every reason to get out this place. Code Monkey just keep on working. See your soft pretty face. Much rather wake up, eat a coffee cake, take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code Monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code Monkey just waiting for now. Code Monkey says someday, somehow. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man. Big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you.
Yeah. Big warm fuzzy secret heart. We gotta do a shout out. Hey, alright. I'm gonna try this. I'm trying to be more like a streamer in real life. You know, I'm aspiring to be better and learning from the pros that we have streaming in our community. So I've added some stuff to my stream, and I have a shout out. I think I can do the shout out thing. Let's see if it works. Whoa. Got the command. I got the Streamlabs chat bot shouting it out the link for me. But is the... Oh.
We decided that Artemis has been kind of asking for it, and this would be a perfect time for all three of us, the three amigos, to get to know Artemis a little bit better. And
dude, Artemis had it coming. I don't know what you guys did to him, but he deserved every... I don't even know what Artemis is. I might need to set up some different... I thought I had it set to do like matching game content, because I was hoping to get like, you know, GTA clips from people that I shout out. That didn't look like a GTA clip. Just guessing. That's a really old clip, huh? Okay, wait, let me try another one, because we got Rookie in here. I don't... Oh, did that one not work? Oh, I put an E in it. I'm dumb. I can't spell. Which is bad if you're if you're programming. You really should know how to spell if you're programming. It's important. There. If I spell it right, it works. Welcome in, Mama Spuds. You play on the server, right? Of course you do. I recognize that name.
I'll see you at the gym.
Oh, see? It pulled up a COD clip. This is COD? No, Modern Warfare. I don't know. It's one of those shoot 'em up games. Oh,
Oh, good
my God.
Record that. Record that.
How the hell did that bullet?
I'm
Never
gonna
mind.
record
It
that
probably
for you.
went right through the right through the exhaust
shit.
pipe. Hey, crack shot. I love the server too, Mama Spuds. I mean, that's a given, right? He got him. Yeah, he did. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look up because, like I said, I know that both of those people that I shouted out have GTA clips that it should have. It should have chosen the GTA clip instead of whatever it chose. Not that those clips weren't good, but I figured it would be better when doing shoutouts if it was relevant to, you know, the content of my stream. So, I'll work on that. Can somebody try one of the channel points based HUD FX things? Because that's new too. And during the last community meeting, that HUD FX, the channel points HUD FX didn't. I don't think they were working right. Coders spend sometimes hours looking at code, wondering why. Hey, we got the hearts. Okay, now so everyone decided to do it at the same time. I should have. I didn't think that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Okay.
Surprise, motherfucker.
I'm surprised because it wasn't working last time, so it appears to be working now. That's good. Okay. 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 Well. Yeah. Okay. Oh God, Jesus. Help. That's how I feel right now. You guys are having fun. That's what matters. That legitimately scared. Okay, Daddy. We got Daddy here. That sounds good. I'm kind of hungry now. That was super crisp. What was that? A potato chip sandwich?
Let's go down to the range later and fire off a few rounds.
Thanks a lot.
Whatever
Thank you, Agent K. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, look right here.
Right there. Wait, what was I talking about? You guys... Wait. What are we doing here? I don't remember all of this stuff. Hell yeah. Okay. I think they're working. Thanks for helping me test that very thoroughly, everybody. I hope you can use those to be more involved with the stream, and you know, it's a community stream, so I wanted to create more ways for you guys to interact with the stream. Oh man, I have so much I want to talk about. I'm like, I have things that I want to announce today. I have new features I want to show off. I have some other things that I want to announce, and I'm just so excited about them. I want to start talking about them right now, and it's literally killing me inside. I almost just started talking about something just now, and then I had to stop myself.
Just meet me back at the hotel, okay?
So we're gonna hang out for an hour. What I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be working on some coding. I should probably set up a scene where I have like my coding window that shows. Could I do that? Hang on, let me see. Let me duplicate this scene real quick. Call it game/code. Yeah, okay, switch to it immediately. Streamlabs, great. I totally wanted that. That's fine. And then I can put. I've got the game capture. Yeah, sorry. Welcome to Amateur Streamer Hour. I'm your host, Amateur Streamer Senlar. We're going to be making a lot of mistakes. We're going to be fucking stuff up. We're going to be looking like an idiot. That's okay. Everyone's an idiot from time to time. I am definitely not immune from that, and I'm humble enough to go ahead and just say that that's a thing. So, we don't need that. There we go. New source. We got like a window capture, and then we're gonna call this code window. I make sure it's small enough that you guys won't be able to see anything, so you can't sell my trade secrets. There it is. Wait, that's it? That takes up the whole screen. No. No. Too big. Hold on. Make it smaller. Here. Where do we put it? We put it just down here maybe? No, you're not late. I mean, yes, you're late to the party, but you're not late to the community stream. It's the pre-show. It's the pre-show. A. The pre-show. A. Quick, somebody whip up a pre-show song. I don't know why. So that's small enough that you can't see what the fuck it is, but here's the thing. Like, most of the time, so this is a struggle I've had, because somebody last time at the community, somebody's like, yeah, you should do more, like, dev streams. I mean, I could. I just don't want to bore the shit out of people. You know, you're literally, like, if I'm just sharing the game window, so much of my time is spent in the coding program that I could sit here in the seat for an hour and never move my character. And the only thing you'll see me doing is, like, going to F8, typing some shit, blah blah blah, you know, looking at these errors that I have, which is another topic of discussion for today, and then going back to my coding window. So, pre-ketchup. That sounds gross, actually. I don't want anything to do with whatever pre-ketchup is. Is pre-ketchup tomato paste? Is it just a tomato that's been squished? The working monorail? You guys, the monorail works. What are you talking about? I've seen it. I've seen it working in people's streams. I've also seen it kill people, but that doesn't mean it's not working. That just means it's creating roleplay opportunities for EMS. See, it all depends on how you look at things, guys. This is what I want to get across to the people in the community, you know. Perspective is a great deal of how we interpret things. Perspective, you know, it's all about perspective. One person says, oh, the monorail doesn't work, you know, I was on it, it disappeared, I fell to my death, it's not working. I say, it is working, and it's creating roleplay for EMS. See, that's just a perspective thing. It's not a right or wrong thing. Like, both can be right, both can be wrong, but the perspective is what matters. Well, I did update the monorail 2 days ago, maybe 2 or 3 days ago. Can't remember. It was when they were talking. They were discussing a new business idea out in front of D8. Night Marcher was, or Ken, and I won't say anything about the specifics of that, but it's a pretty cool idea, and I like it. But yeah, that was when I updated the monorail. So I think that was just a couple days ago. Maybe we can do some brainstorming together, folks. Maybe we can do that. Let me bring this up. Yep. So this is one of my things I'll be going through on the community stream today. You're like, what? What are you talking about? I don't see nothing. Give it a second. Okay, I had to load everything. This is the reward system, which I've come up with some ideas on. I won't go into all that. I don't want to have to repeat myself about a lot of stuff, so I'm not going to like explain things right now. But I am going to work on this as we kind of hang out. But just save your questions for the community stream, because I don't want to go in and answer questions about stuff and then have to do that again in like 40 minutes. that makes sense. Um, but yeah, so I've got a bunch of ideas that I came up with, some that I stole from other members of the community. What is this? Oh man, people started threads on the polls? Oh my god. Why? Why? No. No. I ain't got time for that. No, I mean, look, these things can get rather heated and people can get nasty. And I don't, unless somebody's monitoring things like this, if it's a if it's a contentious topic, it needs to be monitored and it needs to be controlled, or else people will get banned. So that's why I kind of just want to talk about it on the stream. Is it me? No. Am I quieter? I don't think I'm quieter. Wait, you know what? Let me change my microphone. Is that better? Do I sound even different at all? Is it better? Differenter? Am I differenter now? Do I need to turn the microphone up? What if I just turn the microphone up? Wait. No difference? Wait. Is it different now? Is that better? It still looks like it's low. Is there a boost or something I can put on this? Let me look. I do sound differenter now? I sound differenter. It's good? That's good. I could hook up my real microphone. Oh, should I do that? Should I hook up my real microphone? Hello, microphone, my old friend. I'm gonna talk through you again. This microphone will be better sounding if I can find the desk mount for it. It will sound a lot better with my voice, if that's my choice. But I need my desk mount. Rayu, are you here?
What are you talking about?
Do you have my desk? Did you guys like that, by the way? Sorry. I don't know. I'm just being weird.
Probably going to do some weights now. Have some trust
That's what we can do. Pre-show, like Senlar sings. Like I'll just sing to you guys.
Okay.
Do you want me to do that? Pre-show. I'll take song requests. I'll take song requests, but I won't play any of the songs I don't know. Oh wait, did I just give away something? Ray, where's the desk mount for this?
Hey there, see you at the next meeting.
Hang on, I actually do want to hook this up. Give me a second. You guys want radio announcer Senlar voice? It's coming at you. Hang on, give me a sec.
owe me $20.
We met at the bar last night. You don't even remember? We had sex in your car. I can't believe it. You don't even remember. You are an asshole. I'm done raising that little shit.
Okay, I found the clamp. I'm going to be installing it now.
Fucking my best friend. You wanted a kid. He's your problem. When? I'm never coming back. I might stay on the West Coast forever.
Hey man, where's the job site going to be next week? Shit. I'm going to spend half my day in traffic on the Elysian Fields Freeway. I'm just saying, I don't want to end up peeing in my coffee cup again. All right, I'll see you there, man.
One eternity later.
I log into the world where the streets come alive. Unwritten stories waiting my turn to survive. From a humble street thug to a mastermind's reign, the choices are endless, it's a thrilling campaign. Crew by my side, we're scheming all night. Under neon skies, chasing dreams in the fight. The city's a canvas, my destiny's mine. In this story we're crafting, no limits, no lines. In unwritten roleplay, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the heist to the calm after rain, this world is my home, where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten roleplay, where legends are born. Through chaos and glory, we weather the storm. Robbing Fleeca banks with my crew by my side. The Pacific's locked tight, but tonight it's our prize. From crafting in shadows to staking new ground, the roar of ambition, it's a deafening sound. Territories claimed, we battle for more. The streets are alive and they're keeping the score. But it's more than the loot or the power we gain. It's the bonds that we build, the joy through the strain. In unwritten roleplay, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the
Here we
highs
go
of the
again.
heist to the calm after rain, this world is my home, where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten roleplay, where legends are born. Through chaos and glory, we weather the storm. Every boost, every chase, every close call, every meeting in shadows behind old brick walls. It's not just the thrill, it's the family we find. Every action we take leaves the past behind. Each hour we play, another chapter unfolds. No limit to dreams in a city of gold. We rise and we fall, but the story won't end. In unwritten RP, I found more than a friend. Unwritten roleplay, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the heist to the calm after rain. This world is my home, where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten roleplay, where legends are born. Through chaos and glory, we weather the storm. So here's to the stories, unwritten, untold. The bonds that we form, the moments of gold. Unwritten RP, you're more than a game. You're a second home, where I found my name. I log into the world where the streets come alive. Unwritten stories waiting my turn to survive. From a humble street thug to a mastermind's reign. The choices are endless, it's a thrilling campaign. Crew by my side, we're scheming all night. Under neon skies, chasing dreams in the fight. The city's a canvas, my destiny's mine. In the story we're crafting, no limits, no lines. In unwritten roleplay, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the highs to the calm after rain. This world is my home, where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten roleplay, where legends are born. Through chaos and glory, we weather the storm. Robbing Fleeca banks with my crew by my side. The Pacific's locked tight, but tonight it's our prize. From crafting in shadows to staking new ground. The roar of ambition, it's a deafening sound. Territories claimed, we battle for more. The streets are alive and they're keeping the score. But it's more than the loot or the power we gain. It's the bonds that we build, the joy through the strain. In unwritten roleplay, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my...
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello there.
Wait. Hello? Hi. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's not showing. Wait, what if I do this?
Does that sound better? Wait, no, this one's the new one right here. How's that sound? Oh my god, so much better. Keep that. Okay, we'll keep this one then. I don't know how the whole experience is going to be, because much louder. You can hear, well, that's good. Very crisp. Yeah. It's the Quadcast. I just don't know what else you'll be able to hear when I'm typing. If it's going to be super duper loud, I'm not sure. So you guys will just have to give me feedback on that. Prostrom? Not quite. We're getting there, though. What's the, You hate your HyperX mic? I love my HyperX mic. And it loves me. And apparently it loves your ears. I already want to shut down those threads, Cat. I ain't got no fucking patience for the snarkiness, dude. It's ridiculous. I get why Carl made a thread for it, because people were going on about it in general chat. But like, I get that. It's much easier to police when it's contained into a thread too. But I don't know. It just makes me sad. Honestly, it makes me sad when I see that. It's like, you know, we should all. This is more community meeting stuff. I'll wait. I'll address it during the actual community meeting. I'm getting super sidetracked anyways. So what I'm actually doing is I'm going to build out some more of these. Yeah, it did. It's better to have a thread. You're right. It is. Because it's just aimless otherwise. And could show up in general chat. It could show up in questions. It could show up everywhere. I more so just didn't want people to talk about it in our Discord and wait till the community meeting and talk about it then. Let's have an actual conversation in my stream, in the meeting itself. But I can't talk. Again, I guess I can't stop people from talking about it in Discord, as is evident through just reviewing general chat. So, I got a bunch of ideas for these rewards, and I'm gonna be like putting them in. I've already put a bunch of them in. I'm totally using AI to generate images. I don't care what you think of me. I don't have time to go in Photoshop and make images for all this shit. Severide, thanks for the follow. Mama Spuds, thanks for the follow. If I forgot to mention, Maxi, wait. Maxi, say it ain't so. Maxi, like, I almost wouldn't have clicked the button, my guy. I almost just wouldn't have clicked. Maybe while I'm not streaming. I mean, see, this is why I'm not a pro streamer. I mean, it's like, I don't know, man. I feel like it's a little late for that follow. You've been in the community for how many years? Okay, yo, I'm getting marketed to. Uh-huh. I was just browsing and noticed your channel could use some graphic work. I'm a graphic designer. Let me DM you. How many times we ban people so, like, at least once or twice a month for doing that? Great. Welcome. Oh, God. Hey, Maxi, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. For fuck's sake. Wait. Oh. Do you stream other games? I make graphics for streamers. That's what I'm saying. You've been subscribed. Why? You didn't follow. You did it backwards, my guy. I should put an achievement for how many times you listen to the fucking dinging from the monorail. Do 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 do. I've been doing good work. Well, I appreciate the recognition, man. I do. Yeah. All right. Go get tussened up. Which one? Oh, that was one. There's one. Since we're here. Whoa, did you guys just see me hack? That was cool. Sorry, Rabbi. Okay. He's not happy with me. But I can take advantage of knowing that the peds don't understand the pathing around these new additions to the map. So I'm gonna just stand here and let him struggle a bit. I'm ashamed. I can't do this. Whoa. That was a low blow, my guy. So I was thinking one of them will be for leasing a business. So when you lease a business, unlocks an achievement. So let's do that. I hope the position of this microphone is okay. Like that's my only struggle with these types of microphones is they kind of get in the way sometimes. And I just can't have that. I gotta be able to see. What if I'm looking over here? I'm looking away from the microphone. Can you guys still hear me okay? When I'm over here talking like this and looking away from it? Okay, cool. All right, so lease. Oh, I already have it. Lease business. I just need to code the. What should I give somebody when they lease a business? Should I give them like a pack of materials? Like 50 of each crafting material or some shit like that. Wait, how much would 50 of each crafting material be? That'd be worth a lot of money, wouldn't it? Because like the going price is what, 50 per? Or is it 100 per? So if it were 50 per, yes, it's 50 per, or yes, it's 100 per. If it were 50 per, it'd be 2,500 per item, per material in value. Maybe that's too much. Because that'd be, I don't know, 20 different materials. So that's like $50,000. Although as long as the business... See, I have to be careful with these rewards. Although they can only get it one time. So I guess they couldn't sit there and use it over and over and over again. I always have to think about the economic impact of this type of stuff. But, yeah, let's just set up a trigger here. Because I already have it, don't I? That's tutorial. Business owner. Yep, I've got the achievement set up. So I just need to build the code into the business system, the leasing system. And renew. I could do one for renewing a lease. So I could do like one for the first, for like your initial lease, and then do another achievement for renewing a business lease. Like, hey, you made it. You made it through the first month, and you're keeping on. Good on you. Trigger event. As a new business owner, you fully support that achievement. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, it's not going to be retroactive. So, unfortunately, maybe I should just have it trigger. Maybe I should have the renewal trigger the new business owner achievement too. And that way it'll kind of cover like it'll kind of create, you know, like backwards compatibility in a way. So that you don't have to let your business lease run out fully. And then, you know, to in order to get the achievement, that's what I'll do. I'll just do it like if you're renewing or if you're leasing. And we have to put this below all the qualification checks. Okay, that should be it. Simple as that. So we restart the business system, and then we become a business owner. And it should work. Damn it. Trigger business owner. Oh, that's why. It's not business owner, it's lease business. Words matter. Round 2. We will cancel our lease. And then we'll do the lease. Did I restart it? It's setting my job. Lease business. Let me check my debug. Says it completed it. Did I set up the conditions? What? And let me reset my achievement progress then. Ten minutes till the community meeting. Get player stress level. Achievement completed. So, why isn't that printing? Trigger for player. Oh, that's because I'm triggering it from the server side and it's not sending a player ID. So I'm going to have to send that with the event. Normally this doesn't trigger from the server code, so it gets the source. That should do it. That should do it. Let's become a business owner now, shall we? Nine minutes. Hello, hello, Weiwu, Weiwu. There you go. Business owner. Lease your own business from D8. Sweet. All right, let me check that off my list. Let's see, I've got that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Did I not put this in the list? Oh, it's right at the bottom. All right. Now this one, oh, I don't know if the AI image is gonna want to generate this one. So this will be fun. Dear AI, let's create an achievement image for hiring a sex worker. Just look, it's thanks for the request. For an achievement image like that, we'll want to keep it tasteful and stylized to fit your system's tone and avoid anything explicit. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's an 18+ server, so I don't mean, you know, but whatever you're comfortable with. Let's do suggestive but safe scene with a character standing near a neon lit streetlight or in the neon district, exchanging cash with another character dressed in nightlife attire under moody lighting with city vibes. Let me know if you like that scene. This is how I'm gonna get banned. Yeah, I know. No, honestly, I would already. I like if they had any suspicions about me, it would have already happened. I mean, it ain't terrible. This image kind of looks like somebody's paying a pimp. We're gonna use it. It's fine. It is definitely there's definitely not a sex worker in the image. The person paying for it definitely looks like the type of person that would probably pay for it. I was just okay. Sex worker. All right. I don't have. So let's do sex worker. Did I already create that one? Hire. I don't think I did. No, I didn't. Hire. Let's see. Pay someone for a good time. Enjoy your first no, let's see. I don't know what the hell to put. I'll just have it be the same thing. There we go. And we're going to give them panties for this achievement. They're going to get panties. No condition. Oh, And then we have to put in... what did I call that script? Oh, it's Prost. There it is. Prostitution. Start blowjob. Start sex. Choose hooker. All right. So trigger server event. So that one or that one. And the best part is we got to test it, right? Listen, once we put in prescriptions and stuff and we enhance that part of EMS, I will consider people having a chance of getting an STD. But if we do that, we also have to put condoms in so that it lowers their chances. All right, so let's find the achievement here. There it is. Hire a sex worker. Do you see this? Pay somebody for a good time. And you get $1,000 and a pair of panties for the achievement. This is how this... I'm going to go back and look at my stream report. And this is the point in time where my viewership is going to be at the highest, I'm sure. But it's also, ironically, 2 o'clock, and this is officially the time where we need to start the community meeting. So let's go ahead and switch gears and do that. So I'm going to throw the starting soon back up, put a song on. And this is a good opportunity for you guys to take 5 minutes or so and... use a bathroom, get up and stretch, refill your drinks, take a lap, do some jumping jacks, push-ups, sit-ups, whatever, something to get the blood pumping, move your body a little bit, because after this, you're going to want to strap in. Notice I didn't say strap on, right? So it would have been related. Never mind. And it's going to be a wild ride for the next hour or two. I'm going to announce 3 new features. We're going to talk about this system in depth and detail. And we're going to also have the community discussion about the 2 votes that are up in the polls channel. So, make sure you familiarize yourself with that and be ready to engage. And I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be awesome and exciting. So we'll take about 5 or 10 minutes here, and then when I come back, we'll start the community meeting for the month of March. So, see you in a bit.
Second home where I found my name.
I log into the world where the streets come alive. Unwritten stories waiting my turn to survive. From a humble street thug to a mastermind's reign, the choices are endless, it's a thrilling campaign. Crew by my side, we're scheming all night. Under neon skies, chasing dreams in the fight. The city's a canvas, my destiny's mine. In the story we're crafting, no limits, no lines. In unwritten chaos and glory, we weather the storm. Robbing Fleeca banks with my crew by my side. The Pacific's locked tight, but tonight it's our prize. From crafting in shadows to staking new ground, the roar of ambition, it's a deafening sound. Territories claimed, we battle for more. The streets are alive and they're keeping the score. But it's more than the loot or the power we gain. It's the bonds that we build, the joy through the strain. In unwritten role play, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the highs to the calm after rain, this world is my home where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten role play where legends are born. Through chaos and glory, we weather the storm. Every boost, every chase, every close call, every meeting in shadows behind old brick walls. It's not just the thrill, it's the family we find. Every action we take leaves the past behind. Each hour we play, another chapter unfolds. No limit to dreams in a city of gold. We rise and we fall, but the story won't end. In unwritten RP, I found more than a friend. In unwritten role play, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the highs to the calm after rain, this world is my home where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten role play, my script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the heist to the calm after rain, this world is mine.
It's the SRU in the night. Lights flashing, engines tight. We ride fast, we ride true. Criminals, we're coming for you! sirens cry, speed response unit, no alibi. On the pavement, burning rubber. Justice calls, we never blubber. Corner to corner, high-speed chase. Every block, every darkened place. With our hearts in sync and our eyes on the prize, we light up the streets like city skies. We're riding fast, we're riding free. SRU, the law's decree. In the dead of night, we hit the scene, chasing down the ones who scheme. Criminals beware, we're on the run. Speed response unit gets it done. Blazing trails, our engines roar through the alleys to every door. No time for shadows, no time to hide. We bring the truth, we're on your side. With every flash of neon light, we're out to serve, out to fight. Defenders in the urban maze, swift as lightning set ablaze. Heartbeat pounding, tires spinning. Victory's near, we keep on winning. In the mirror, see the law's might. Our duty calls, we own the night. We're riding fast, we're riding free. Extra drove, the law's decree. In the dead of night, we hit the scene, chasing down the ones who scheme. Criminals beware, we're on the run. Speed response unit gets it done. Lights flash in the rear view. Criminals run when they see us coming through. From dusk till dawn on patrol we ride, upholding the law with relentless pride. Fast on the streets, our mission's clear. Every beat, every street we revere. The city's heartbeat, the urban drum. When trouble calls, we overcome. No siren's wail goes unheard. Every whisper, every word. With the swift justice, the rapid reply. Trust here, justice won't die. We're riding fast, we're riding free. SRU, the law's decree. In the dead of night, we hit the scene, chasing down the ones who scheme. Criminals beware, we're on the run. Speed response unit gets it done. Speed response unit gets it done. So when you see that flashing light, know we're here to set it right. On wheels of justice, we never tire from driving fast, fueled by fire. Justice rides with us tonight.
Hey everybody, how was that? How's that for a little intro? Anyone first time hearing that song? Just another PD car that may fail to crash. Ouch. Zoom in with the wee woos. All right, well, welcome to the community stream for the month of March. I'm your host Senlar, the host with the most bugs to squash, because that's what we do here. We squash them. They show up and we squash the bugs up. Give you another heli, man. The only thing I'm giving you is a parachute, which probably won't even work. I made that song for the cops to get them hyped up about chasing crims with the fast car toys that they have. Yeah, I'll tell them. Hey everybody in the Discord channel. We do the community meeting in my Twitch stream. So make sure you head over to the stream, because that's where you'll hear me talking about things. Why do we have a community meeting stage channel in Discord going for this? Well, at a certain point, if folks want to participate in a conversation and they want to talk to me with their voice instead of typing in my Twitch chat, then we'll use the community meeting channel. We'll bring people up on stage and you guys can talk with your voice instead of typing. So I just always have that available as an option for how people can interact with me and with the community meeting. So that is what the Discord is for. But I will not be talking in the Discord, because I want you to be tuned into my Twitch stream so you can see what I'm talking about. There's a great deal of this monthly meeting that has visual aspect to it, so you have to be on my Twitch for that part of it. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and mute up in Discord and continue talking to folks on the stream. By the way, my Twitch link is in the announcements channel if you don't know it, twitch.tv/Senlar. Thanks for that reminder, Rat Cat. You can't hear me in there, so all that blabbing was for nothing. Awesome. All right. That's probably because of the microphone switch. Let me change my Discord audio settings. Yep, that's why. Test it. Test it. Test it. Hello? Hello? Shit. There we go. All right, let me try this again. Okay, there we go. I'm lighting up now. So for those of you in the Discord, most of all of the community meeting is done on my Twitch channel. The Discord is for you guys to interact with me with your voice. So if you want to, if you wanted to talk to me about something on stream, then you would use this Discord channel for that. But otherwise, you need to be over in my Twitch stream so you can see the stuff that I'm talking about and showcasing for the community meeting there. So again, the only thing you need to be in here for is if you want to talk to me as part of a AMA or as part of a conversation regarding other community topics. Otherwise, just type in my Twitch stream and we'll interact there. So I'm going to go ahead and mute up then and go over to the stream. It's twitch.tv/Senlar. The link is in the announcements channel if you don't know. Okay. Sorry to put you guys through that twice in a row, but I did change out my microphone today, so if you've been at other community meetings, hopefully you notice an improvement in the audio quality for the microphone that I'm using. Just me doing my best out here for you guys. Get some housekeeping things out of the way first. Everyone close your eyes. Close your eyes or divert your eyes from my stream for 2 seconds. 3, 2, 1. If you didn't do it, I warned you. Okay. I had to make it daytime because it seems silly to do a stream in the dark. If you haven't already, make sure you show your love by giving me a follow on here. It helps. And, it also helps if you guys give me some reactions to the update post and the announcement posts that I put in the Discord channel. I spend a good amount of time making sure that I'm communicating with you guys and try to format that communication in ways that make it easier for you to understand and digest it. And it goes a long way. If you click a button on a reaction on those, it goes a long way to helping me understand how, that you're engaging, that you're receiving the message, and also just kind of raises my spirits a bit and makes it feel more like my time invested is being appreciated just by a simple gesture like that. So I'm just out here pandering to you guys and trying to ask for some recognition and in the form of a reaction. It's nice if you post in the in the positive feedback channel from time to time. I really enjoy seeing those things. It's really nice if you guys post in our forums post on the CFX website. So I want to bring that up real quick, and so we can talk about it before we get into like the really cool stuff. This is just kind of things that I need to talk about every time we have a stream. 15 minutes ago we got a post in there. Yay. So let me switch this real quick. Okay. So this is our forums post, and hang on one second. All these guys, these NPCs are. Oh my god. I'm just gonna go somewhere where it's quiet. Okay. So yeah, give me some warm fuzzies. Yeah, it's my love language. Words of admiration. You know, it helps and it fuels my efforts. It really gives me the energy to keep showing up every day and spending my spare time, a lot of it, you know, trying to make this community better and being engaged with the community, and, you know, and trying to understand where everyone's coming from and what the community's needs are, and trying to meet those, just to have a little bit of a feedback in the form of a reaction on a post, or seeing you guys put some effort into helping attract new members to the community. All of those things are really nice to see, and definitely give me the fuel that I need to burn to keep going on this project. But this forums post is probably one of the best ways that you can show your appreciation for our community, for all of the other people that you interact with while you're playing here, for our staff team, for our community leaders, the liaisons, and me as the developer here, because this is the most effective way so far for us to gain new membership, is by maintaining activity on this forums post. There's other ways, but this is when we track, you know, applications from people and we ask them where they heard about us. It's either this or word of mouth. Sometimes they find us in the server browser, sometimes they stumble across us there, but the lion's share of new members coming into our community are either from this forums post or word of mouth. So my request to everybody is, if you could, try to make a habit to help us with this. Let me just explain it. Okay, this is a Server Bazaar section on the CFX website, and it is the posts here are from all the different servers that are trying to recruit people, and the posts are listed in order of most recent activity. So you can see the activity on our post was 18 minutes ago. We're on the very top slot right now of the forums of the server list, basically in this section. So as other posts have activity, they will move up and be above us, and we'll slowly sink down in this list. Now, we're one of the best posts out here. Look at these numbers. We have over 33,000 views of our topic, and there's 950 replies in this post with an extremely high like to post ratio. If I mouse over that, it's hard to see, but it says 950 replies, extremely high like to post ratio. So, and because of that extremely high like to post ratio, this number is orange. And I know you guys are like, Senlar, who cares? It's orange, big deal. Psychologically, it matters. It draws people's attention. You look at this post. Look at this one. It's not orange. it doesn't stand out, you know? I could scroll down and show you there's not many that are orange. Even the ones that have a high post count, like this one, not orange. High post count, not orange. So the secret sauce here for you guys to understand is this clicking these little hearts right here like that. That's what matters. So here's the exercise I want everyone to do together with me. Go to this. I'm going to put this in chat. If you can, come to the stream. If you're lurking, if you are available to come to the stream, come here and do this exercise with us real quick. Click on the link and go and open this web page up and start all the way at the bottom with Tishy's post. Click that heart right there to give it a like. Click the heart. Scroll up. Click that heart. Scroll up. Click that heart. Scroll up. You get the point? Keep scrolling up and click all these hearts, as many as you can. At a certain point, it's going to yell at you and say, you can't do any more reactions. I would like everybody, if you could, please, it actually does help us, to please go in here, click enough hearts to get timed out on your reactions. And don't do it just now during the community meeting, but like, if you could, spare some time once a week or so to come in here and click these hearts for me. It really helps us. It draws attention to our post, and it helps us attract new members to the community. What good is our server for you if we don't have players playing on the server, right? Roleplay isn't fun without other players. So this goes a long way to helping us out. And the other thing, is like I said, new posts. So we want to stay on top. We definitely want to stay like on the first page or within a certain, like within a few scroll wheels maybe. And the way to do that is to make sure that we have a new post on our forums post every, 6 to 8 hours or so. So anytime, so my challenge, I'm sorry, I hit the microphone. My challenge to you guys is that anytime you feel like you want to help us out, or anytime you feel like you had a great time or a good experience, if you feel like you want to go into RP appreciation in the Discord and post something in there, I say, while you're doing it, put that post here too. If you want to leave positive feedback in our Discord, come put that here too. We need more activity on this forums post to keep us at the top so that we can have a better chance of attracting more players to the server. All right, it's extremely important. It is free advertising. It doesn't take a lot of effort. It's a website. You type some words into it, share a picture, and that's really all there is to it. Like, look at this. She put a picture of herself and one sentence. Look what he did. He put a clip and one sentence. That's all you need. Now the key is to spread this out though, guys. So like, I don't want everybody running here posting right now, because that's not going to help. Remember, the purpose of posting is to bump us back up to the top of the list. So after a few hours, 4 to 6 hours or so, we'll be lower on this list, and we need a post to get us back up to the top. If we go more than a day without a post on here, then it's completely useless. Nobody finds us. Nobody finds it. So at least once a day, we need to be posting. Now, there are rules. You can see at the top, Server Bazaar rules. You can't post for the purposes of bumping your position on the list. You can't do that more than once every 24 hours. So that's per person. So like Dwolin, you can't post more than once every 24 hours for the purposes of elevating our post on the list. But Dwolin could post, and 6 hours Tishy could post, and 6 more hours Night Marcher could post, and 6 more hours Sai could post, Mama Spud could post, and that's how we keep it going. So it takes a team. It takes a group effort, okay? Okay, so there's a question. How are people getting highlighted on the launcher? So 5M server list. We are going to get into an entire conspiracy at this point. I'm not going to go into it, but here are the people. This list on the right-hand side is called featured servers. And in order to get on this list, you have to pay money. And the more you pay, the higher rank you are. And it's a competition. So the more you pay, the higher your rank. So if you look at this, and that goes for this list too. So look at this top server. 8,323 boost power. 8,323 boost power. Right? The only place you can buy that boost power is from Zap Hosting. And they're called upvotes. And so to get 5,000 upvotes, how much did they have? 8,000? They have 8,000. Okay. They have 7, 6, 6, 6. Let's find somebody right here. This person right here. Get Back Gang RP. And I'm not trashing on anybody. I'm not trashing. I'm just pointing out the facts, okay? They have 5,000 boost power. If I want to buy 5,000 boost power, you guys ready for this? Watch. 5,000 upvotes. How much is that? $32,000. $32,427.50. And that's for 1 month. 1 month. One month. $32,000. So, you think that Get Back Gang RP, 100K Trap Me Ghetto, 100K or Die server with 200 current members logged in, you think they're paying $35,000 a month? I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know. But I can tell you that VIPRP is paying more than they are. And they currently only have 54 people logged in and playing. I mean, these numbers aren't astronomically high. And yeah, it's a little early in the day, so I'm sure they'll go up. Nothing's wrong with these servers, by the way. I'm not saying it. I mean, but there are people, and there has been some proof that there's a way people have found to cheat the system and get more boost power than they actually pay for. Okay? So where are we? Let's scroll down. By the way, this list is ordered based on their boost power. You can filter it. I have it currently filtered to American English and roleplay. Those are the filters I have. And as we scroll, there we are. And I'm paying every month for us to have 20 boost power. So if we go back here, we go to 20. Well, I get 5. I'm paying for 15 and I get 5 from my 5M subscription we have for the server. So I'm paying $97.28 a month for our server to have 15 upvotes plus 5 free ones I get from the $30 I pay per month for our server subscription through 5M. So, and that's not counting the server hosting I pay for, the map subscriptions, the car subscriptions, all the other things that I have, the Discord bot subscriptions I pay for, memberships for AI, stuff like that, like all the stuff that I pay for, that's not counting any of that. I'm just paying $100 just for these upvotes, so that we're a little bit higher on the list. You know, we're higher than people that have less than us, and so 20 doesn't really put us that far towards the top. We're here, and there's lots of servers ahead of us. But the more filters you apply, so like if you're like, oh, drugs, oh, I have drugs on there, you know, the more filters you kind of apply here. Like if they want, I want to make sure there's gangs, I want to be a cop, so let's do police. The more you filter out, the higher on the list we eventually get if we have those tags like here. So, you know, we're not that much further from the top. We're a few scrolls. Some people do find us from the server list, but it's not often. If I wanted more people to find us from the server list, I'd say I'd probably have to be in this top, you know, without scrolling, you want to be here. So I would need to pay for I would need to pay for 310 or so boost power to be there. 310 is going to be $2,000 a month. You guys, I don't have that much money. I don't make that much money on the server to be able to afford that. So, thanks for the question. I'm going to get off the topic now. All of that to say, since I don't have the ability to throw ridiculous amounts of money at the server because of how expensive FiveM makes it to do so. And by the way, if FiveM changed the prices, it wouldn't matter. Those other servers would still pay the money to do it. You guys, there's NFL players that have servers. There's people like T-Pain who will pay for these servers. They have crazy amounts of money to be able to do this stuff. And money, or there's people in other countries that have tons of money that have, you know, can throw their money away. So we'll never be able to compete with those people. So we have to put our energy and effort into other areas to attract players. I'm going to go ahead and heart that post. This is the way that you can do it for free. So I'm all about trying to find ways for you guys to help us contribute to growing the community and you know, giving you an opportunity for better experiences without costing money, right? That's why I don't sell things to you. That's why it's not like you can't buy a house with real money. You can't buy a fast car with real money. I don't offer exclusive content for people that pay me money. We have a membership system. Wait. Oh. Okay. It always does this. Why don't the sub... Ugh. I actually reached out to Discord about this issue. Go back and go back. So this is how you can support the server. You know, even just the bronze membership goes a long way. And you know, I can, if you do it this way, I can, you know, it's like the offering is there for everybody. It's, you know, within reach for people that have a little bit of money every month to throw at us, to help pay for that advertising, to help pay for new scripts that I can buy to add new features for you guys, maps, cars, add-on content. And you get some benefits from it. You know, you get access to like the leaks channel, which I've been posting in regularly as I develop new features. You get queue priority. If we ever get to the point where we have a queue, then you'll get in before others. You get enhanced paychecks. You get access to valet. You get access to the VIP section, the Diamond Casino. You get access to a VIP shop, which that's actually, like, everybody has access to that now. But you do have access to the VIP car shop, which is unique to just people supporters. You can play an animal character, and you also get access to the penthouse suite, which is a second apartment that you get. So it's just like the first apartment that you have, but it's a second one. So it has its own storage. It's in a different location. So it gives you access to kind of, more storage as part of a way for me to provide you guys with a little bit of an in-game benefit for supporting the community and supporting our existence and our growth without making it too much. It's not really overpowered. It's not really pay to win type of thing. Desi, thanks for the follow. I'm sorry I missed that. Maybe I was gone or something. I didn't quite see it pop up, but we can do this. Yeah, so there's a 1 week free trial. You can sign up for that for 1 week and without having to pay. And I don't think I have no overlays on this. That's why none of this stuff is popping up. Sorry. But I appreciate your support. So, if you're already a subscriber, VIP, just thank you, from the bottom of my heart for not only spending your time here, but also, putting your hard-earned money towards this project. It definitely helps. I don't expect it. I don't ever require it. I don't ask for it from people, in exchange for things. I really appreciate it if you can and you want to, sign up for that bronze subscription. Every little bit counts. So I appreciate you all that are doing that. And I also understand if you can't. Like I know money's hard to come by. It's just, and that's fine. It doesn't matter to me. You're spending your time here is enough, and just being a positive member of our community and helping create experiences for other players. At the end of the day, that's all I ever really want. If nobody supported, I'd still do this. I would just have to not do as many fun things outside of it. It's because I'd be spending my money. I did while I was redeveloping the server from New Chance to Unwritten, I had the server offline for a year, and I was purchasing assets and things. When I did my taxes that year, Bratcat knows, and other people have probably heard me say this before, but I actually spent $6,000 on the server that year, over and above the amount of money that I had from some people that were diehard supporters and kept supporting even while the server was offline. So I lost $6,000 that year, and that's hard. That's a lot of money. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying it wasn't a big deal that I lost that much money that year on it, but that's how committed I am to this. And I'd do it again. I enjoy doing this. I enjoy most of the time running this community, and I don't think I could do it without the help I get from Bratcat and Maxi, and everybody else, in the staff team, our liaisons, and all of the members that believe in the dream that we have and are helping us every day work towards, becoming better. I couldn't do it without the support. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank everybody and let you know how much it means to me. So with that being said, please do support us in any way you can. Whether it's, just posting on the forums and helping us attract new membership, talking to your friends, inviting them to play here, encouraging people to log in, participating in feedback, letting us know how we can improve in a constructive way, please. And spending your time, helping us put the numbers on the server. That's the other thing that attracts people is the numbers. We have to have players to attract players. So, logging in, simple way to support us. Just log in, just get on the server. So, yeah. Any questions about any of that before I move on? it's a tough environment. I mean, people. No, but thank you for cultivating such an engaging, awesome community. Yeah, it's hard. Is my microphone peaking for you guys? I'm sorry. I see it going into the red. I don't want to be hurting people's ears. But it's tough. Seems fine. Okay, cool. Perfectly fine. All right, good. Yeah, it's tough. It takes a lot of effort and energy. Brett Cat and I have lost sleep in Maxi, and staff members. We've all lost sleep over stuff. It's mentally challenging at times. It's also physically challenging, but we're out here. We care. We care a great deal, and so we might be grumpy from time to time because we're stressed about things, but we try to always come back to a neutral position and really just try to make sure we're looking at things from all the different angles and doing the best that we can for the community as a whole, right? And it takes a lot of discipline to be able to set aside our personal thoughts and feelings and biases in some cases in order to do that. And I really don't think it would be possible without Maxi Cat and I working on this, and Rayu too. She comes in and helps to give us an alternate perspectives from time to time. But I don't think it'd be possible to make the community as great as it is, and I really do think our community is great, without all of us kind of working together. Lord knows if you've been around for long enough, I'm sure you've seen angry Senlar. There's a reason. Could somebody spam the chat with the angry Senlar emote? There's a reason that exists. Because I've definitely lost my shit on people, and I'm not proud of it, but the weight is very heavy when you're the only person carrying it. The burdens of running a community and coding the server and all that kind of stuff. So, what is sleep? Cat says, yeah. Legit, there are times where I always joke with people because I'll be in, and Rayu yells at me about it sometimes, because I'll be posting and stuff in Discord at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'll tell people I'm sleeping, but it's like my version of sleep when I've got shit to do for the server is like when you put your phone in standby mode. It's like the screen is off, but it's still powered on, and it's still listening, and it's still computing things. So I always joke about that, and I'm like, yeah, I'm sleeping. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, but I'm sleeping, but I'm doing shit in Discord, trying to, read feedback or diffuse a situation or ban people that are raiding our Discord and trying to sell graphic design services to people, which was joked about earlier in the pre-stream. Haven't slept since yesterday. Not addicted. Hey, look, if you're not addicted, then I think I'm doing something wrong. Although I should say that I hope it's a healthy level of addiction, and I do think that sleep is important, so please take a nap, perhaps after the community stream. Those graphic designers are a tough lot, yeah, for sure. Yeah, we get them quite a bit. By the way, you can, if you do get that kind of stuff, feel free just to open a general help ticket and bring it to the attention of our staff team, and we'll get them out. We'll ban them out. I mean, we see them a lot ourselves, but it's always, we always enjoy a little heads up from the community. So, yeah, hold on. I did something. I was gonna do something new. What's this? I'm trying to become a better streamer, and it's hard. But and I don't even remember where I set it up. Hi, I've been a PD chief in 50 servers, and I'd love to revolutionize your PD department here. Would you like me to take over your PD? And yeah, no. Where did I do that? I created like a wheel, like a spinny wheel type thing. Random number spinner. Okay. So, damn it. Is it in Streamlabs? I feel like this is amateur hour because I should have been prepared for this. I set it up and tested it, and now I forgot which wheel widget I used.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
Yeah. Welcome to the stream. That is pretty much 90% of the stream is going to be it's going to be that. Oh wait, I think this is it. Yeah, I found it. But how do I spin it? Oh my god. Sorry. I found it. Wait, was the dog too loud? Why did you do that? All right. Sorry for the downtime there, but I...
Ain't nobody got time for that.
This is what we're going to do. Actually... I copy this, copy that to here. Wait, what was that? Did you guys hear that? What was that? Okay, I think I have everything. That was moist. That's ew. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Okay, we're going to. I was thinking about this. Actually, Rayu came up with this idea a long time ago, and we tried to do it, and it was. And we didn't really have a good way to do it. And then I was thinking about it again recently, and I think I came up with a better way. I think not a better way. I think I came up with a way to actually do it. So, it's kind of like I just was talking about how you guys, I appreciate how you guys support us and all that kind of stuff. And when I was talking about the bronze subscription and how it's like, I like that there's a way that I can show my appreciation by giving like benefits and perks to people that aren't game breaking but are enough to feel like a nice thank you. I thought it's important to me and to the community and everybody that we have activity on the forums here. But other than saying thank you, there's not really much of a way for us to show to really kind of like offer some type of benefit or payback. And I know you guys don't expect it, but I'd like to do it when I can. So I came up with this idea. So let's do it. We're doing it live right here, right now. Dwolin, were you serious about my microphone, or was it just because of the dog? Should I lower it? Obviously, when my dog goes ballistic right next to me, it's probably gonna. You can hear the fork and you can hear the fork on the plate in the background. This is a good microphone. I guess I'll have to work on some kind of background noise filtering or something. All right, so whatever. We'll just keep pushing on. Don't lower it. Bring it down to the yellow so that if the doggo barks again, it won't destroy it is in the yellow. Yeah, I'll have to do. Okay. Anyways, so this is what we're going to do. So, I'm going back. We're going back. Okay, so here we are. This is February 28th. And then this one is March 3rd. So what I'm going to do is we've got some post numbers here. So in the month of March, it started with post 938. That's 938. That's 939 right there. That's 940. Okay. So starting with 938, actually, that's me. I'm going to rule that one out. That's Rayu. Sorry, Rayu. I'm ruling that one out. So we're going to start at 939. I'm going to bring up a random number picker from 939 to 952. 939, 952. So we're going to pick a number here. 941. So we're going to go to 941. 940. 941. Mama Spuds. Dayu, you there? Mama Spuds. Type in chat. Must be present to win. Hey, she's here. Mama Spuds, thank you so much for taking the time to help support the growth of our community by making a simple post on this forums site for us. It really does help a lot. In order to show our appreciation, I'm introducing a new monthly segment of our community meeting called the Forums Post Give Back. I just made that up. I don't know. We can work on the name. where we're going to give you a prize. Oprah style. So, bring up the wheel. Wait, where'd it go? Ah, there it is. You see the wheel? On the wheel are prizes. We have some cash prizes, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000. We've got a custom plate and a free car. Those are the prizes on the wheel. The needle of the wheel is at the top there. It's the heart-shaped URP logo. And so wherever that heart-shaped logo lands, whatever that lands on is the prize that we will be awarding to Mama Spuds for her helping us post on the forums. The beauty of this, you guys, is the more you post, the more chances you have to win. I will, however, disqualify posts if you're not following the rules of the CFX forums, where you can't post more than once within a 24-hour period for the purposes of bumping the post. Right? So because I don't we can't have our forums post taken down. That would be very bad. I don't think they would take our whole post down. They would probably just ban you. But I don't want that to happen either. So all right, so we're gonna spin the wheel, and everybody cross your fingers, wish Mama Spud some luck, and here goes. Car. Oh my god! What? That's crazy. You just won a car. Nah. You guys, when I was testing this, I spun this wheel 10 times. Not once did it land on the car. Not once when I was testing this. That's crazy. Hang on.
Everybody in the audience, now listen to me carefully, is being given a special package, and I don't want you to open it. Do not open it. Cameras are on you, so do not open until I tell you. All right, open your boxes. Open your boxes. 1, 2, 3.
You get a car! You get a car! You get a car! Yeah. You get a freaking car, man. That's crazy. Congratulations. Please open. Okay, there is a bit of a drama behind Oprah giving people cars. A lot of this. I don't. Why are we getting into this right now? People had to pay taxes on the cars, yes, and it. Some people it screwed them up big time. They had to sell the car, so they had the money to pay the taxes. But anyways, Mama Spuds, congratulations, and again, thank you so much for taking the time to post on the forums like that. It does help us out a lot. This is something I'm going to be doing every month. So for those of you watching, you know, try to build it into your routine somehow. You know, pop on the forums. Like I said, if you're posting an RP appreciation, just copy and paste it to the forums. Post it there too. You know, you can post once a day to help us out, and every month I'll be picking a random number, you know, from the post for that month, and then we'll be spinning the wheel for the person that is selected. And Mama Spuds, go to the Discord and open a comp ticket, please. And then we will work out the details in there. It is an A class So you'll be able to pick any A-class vehicle that you want, and then we'll get it to you. All right. Well, that was pretty cool. I like that. I think that's going to be... I think this will be a good... Yeah! Yeah! Woo! That's right. Congratulations. I think this will be a good thing to do monthly, and it feels good to recognize people for, you know, the efforts that they do put into doing this. Yeah. That's right. Okay. All right. You guys like the HUD effects additions to the stream? That's good. We're gonna go into some of the feature updates that I want to talk about. And then after that, we will do a community discussion on the polls that are posted. And then we will round that out with an AMA like we do every month, where you can ask me anything you want, as long as it's not too personal. You know, preferably server related, but if you want to ask me what my favorite color is or some shit like that, I don't care. But if you ask me my kids' names and stuff, like, I'm probably just going to not answer you, because that's a little weird. And that's going to be the community for the rest of the community stream. So with that said, it's been an hour, so just going to do a brief intermission so that people can hydrate, dehydrate, aka use the bathroom if you need to, stretch your legs, pay attention to your bodies, whatever you got to do. We'll come back in about 5 minutes or so, and when we come back, we'll be showing off 3 new features that are coming very, 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 very soon to the server, and then we'll move on to the community discussion. So, be back in a bit. All right, we're back. So the first thing I want to talk about is the reward system. I've talked about this before. Can't type words. I've talked about this before, but I wanted to spend some time to go in detail on it a little bit more. I've been working on this for a while. I didn't expect it to take this long, but I don't want to put it out until it feels significant. So I thought maybe we could do a little bit of review and maybe some, I could take some suggestions from folks if you guys have them. So let me get my notes up. Okay, so this is a reward system that's coming to the server. The goal of this system is to give people kind of a list of things to do. And so obviously the first important part is this is where there's going to be some tutorials type stuff. Whatever, certain things we've identified that we feel are like fundamental things that new players need to know about. So visiting a gathering location will help teach them about gathering. Flying in just happens. Visiting taxi teaches them about our public jobs. Visiting the bank teaches them about collecting their paycheck, where they collect their paycheck at. Visiting a 24/7 teaches them about where they can buy certain things. And then visiting their apartment teaches them that they have a free apartment that they can store shit in, right? And so and all of this comes with a monetary reward and then items. These items, I've created a way for these items to not spoil. Oh, okay. Yeah. Good catch. So gathering. Yep, got it. So these items, so there's coffee and there's club sandwiches. These will be items that don't spoil, that new players can keep, and it'll kind of help them in their early days in the server. Once they've completed all of the achievements, then they get some higher tier items. Our old tier 6 steak dinner and caramel frappe were the items that were replaced recently by the unique items for businesses, so they'll get those. And then they get some cooking experience to just in case they want to start at a business or something. And they get money along the way too. So it's kind of helping them get established. It's teaching them the fundamental things. But, what I was thinking of is I think there's probably a lot of things in our server that people just don't know exist. Right? I mean, you can look at the map and you can see some shit. But what does it all mean? I mean, look how many icons we have, right? I ignore the houses. In dev, I have all the houses. So those aren't going to be there for everybody, but everything else is, and that's quite a bit of stuff. And I think that, that can be overwhelming. I don't know. Do people spend the time to click on things? How many people in chat know that you can click on these purple running guys and information will pop up and tell you what that is? How many people know that? I think probably less people know it than people that do. Huh? Purple? What purple running guys? Right. These are our activities. So there's 18 different activity locations. You click on it and it says, well, here, this is a bowling alley. Okay. So I can click on this one. This is an arcade. Did you know that if you click on this one, it tells you can rent RC cars to race and stunt around? Does anyone know you can rent RC cars in our server? Yeah, you didn't know that? Over here you can rent dirt bikes. Up here you can rent jet skis. Rent jet skis. Over here you can rent a microlight glider and fly around Sandy. Just to do fun shit. That's 18 different activity locations all around the map with different things to do. Some of them are the same, but here you can rent four-wheelers on the beach. Rent a four-wheeler to race on the beach. Here's Maze Bank. That was recently added. There's a go-kart track down here where you can rent go-karts. So what I thought was these achievements should be like a way for players to kind of have a list of things that they can do. It's another way for us as a server to showcase some of the activities are bugged out. Open a bug report and I'll look into it. If it's already been opened, bump it up for me because I've missed it. But these achievements will end up being like a list of features almost. So that you know what you can do in the city. I've built out a lot of these already. So I just finished in the pre-stream. I built out one for becoming a business owner. So that's there. I have one called Shark Bait. So if you get killed by a shark, you achieve this one. I've got one for all the different gatherings. Actually, these ones actually will go in increments too. So if, you can see yeah, like farming 10 is care for your crops 10 times. I got salvaging 10, but then there's also 100. So you'll see, like, I've already gotten the 10 on beachcombing. I'm at 11 out of 100 now for beachcombing 100. And after I do beachcombing 100 times, it'll go up to like 1,000. And after that, it goes up to 5,000. And so for these types of activities, I've actually built in a progression of achievements for players to work on. Here's cougar food. Same thing as the shark one. Get killed by a cougar. Anybody that has ever done any logging will probably know it's not too difficult to achieve this at the logging camp. Speaking of logging, I just recently completed logging 10, and so now I'm working towards my logging 100. There's Master Baiter for catching fish. And then I also, to honor a player in our server who the community gave a cool nickname to, I created a gopher achievement. And this is also a progressionary achievement. So after you unlock level 1 gathering, which is, I should put 10, gathering 10 or whatever, because it shows here. So you've got to do beachcombing 10, mining 10, survival 10, fishing 10, salvaging 10, logging 10, oil 10, fruit picking 10, beekeeping 10. I didn't put leather in there. I'm not going to. But you have wait, I will put hunting in there though. But yeah, after you've done all of those, then you unlock the Gopher achievement. And then there'll be Gopher level 2. So then you have to unlock all of the 100s. Gopher level 3 will be unlocking all of the 1000s, and it'll progress from there too. The reward for this is going to be more experience in each of the gathering activities. So it'll help just kind of overall progression through the gathering skill system. I've got one for referring a friend. I'll go over that in a bit. I've got one for patrolling as emergency services, either EMS or PD for an hour. Equipping your first weapon, visiting downtown, dying, playing, reaching 24 hours of playtime. This will be once I put it out too, so previous playtime doesn't count towards this achievement. Having your first stress walk, all the gathering, business owner, shark bait. So that's what I have built out right now, but I have a lot more that I still have to do. I'm going to be adding one for each of the activities that I mentioned earlier. So like jet skiing, dirt biking, paragliding, RC cars, all that stuff. I'll be adding one achievement for doing that activity. I'm going to add an achievement for participating in the racing scene, and I think probably do one for like getting first place in a race, getting second place in a race, getting third place in a race, participating in a race, and then potentially I might also do one for reaching certain levels of ELO in the racing system too. So like, getting to 1700 ELO or something would be a pretty good achievement. I'm going to do one for, how many, like getting jailed, getting fined, buying a house, getting a loan, paying off your loan, getting hired at a player-owned business, leasing a player-owned business, working at Taxi, working at G6, getting vehicle tuning done at the mechanic shop, eating and drinking 6-star items, eating and drinking special holiday items like the chocolate rose that was put out for Valentine's Day, for becoming a supporter, for using the valet, for spinning the wheel at the casino, for buying a vehicle, for selling a vehicle, for repairing a vehicle, for hiring a sex worker, for buying a VIP vehicle, and also have we'll be putting in the criminal activities too. So like doing a chop mission, doing a boosting mission, doing a van heist, robbing a bank, robbing a store. So the criminal side of things will be in there too. And I can set up the rewards for these to be anything, items or money. So like the criminal activities will reward bands, and the non-criminal activities will reward cash. So that's what the system's going to be. You can see I've made progress on it, but there's a lot that I want to build in. I had to build like a whole nother in-depth system for tracking all of this gathering stuff and having it be able to progress through different levels. So there was a lot of work kind of building the framework for this to function. In the meantime, I've just been trying to brainstorm and come up with those other achievements that I want to build in, and I've got to create the images for them. So and make sure it works. So the other thing too is that you're going to be able to use this as a referral. So the system will generate a referral code for you, and this referral code will be your referral code that you can give to other players, and they can put it in here, and then when someone you have referred that is using your referral code earns these achievements, you will get rewarded for them achieving them, for their achieving the achievements as your referral. So you'll get bonus money for that too. Does anyone have any ideas that they want to throw out for things that I could, build into this system? And once I release it, I can still continue to add things to it, but getting killed by a car, that's a good one. Yeah, just yeet them out. I'll take notes real quick, and but yeah, I want, once it's out, I'm not going to be 100% done with it, but I really do want to get as much built into it as I can before I put it out. Getting shot or killed. I have falling to your death. I have that one. It's called Wingless Bird. See, watch. That should have triggered it. Maybe I didn't go into the skydive animation though. Reaching 100. Reaching, okay. Crime rep progression. I like that. That's a good one. Drug sale. Possibly. I'm not sure if I can get at that easily enough. But I do have one for selling drugs. By the way, some of the tracking systems for these is already in the server. So it's tracking your actions and recording them already. And when I release the system, you'll have credit for it. So some of it you won't, but a lot of the stuff you're like for example, right now you're all the gathering you've been doing since I put the tracking system in for that, it's been tracking, so you have credit for the gathering that you've been doing. So when I release this, you might already be at mining 1000 or something. And so what'll happen is when you log in for the first time, this is going to pop up and you'll get probably spammed with notifications of like, oh, you unlock this, and then you'll have all of these like sitting here, like this beachcombing and logging ones, and you'll just be able to come in and click the claim and it'll give you the rewards. I did add some settings to this, which I didn't have in before, but I added a way for you to hide completed achievements and a way for you to hide the tutorial section if you want to. So that way, like these completed ones, which show up at the bottom, like this one, you'll be able to hide them if you want. Yes, you can turn the notifications off right there. It's already in the settings. Is there a suggestion thread? Like, no, but if somebody wanted to start a suggestion thread, that's the only thing I worry about, though, is like how how is it going to be organized? Like people suggesting the same thing or suggesting stuff I already have planned. I mean, but yeah, somebody could create a suggestion thread to collect the ideas. I have one in the community liaison threads called Achievements Brainstorm under the community liaison threads section. So, and what I'm doing is anytime somebody puts a suggestion in there, I'm adding it to my master list and I'll delete the message. So I'm keeping it organized that way. Buying, ooh, I like that. Buying vehicles by class. Because I have a buying vehicles one, but it's just, I didn't think about it doing it by class. So buy a D class, C class, B class, A class, S class. I do have a VIP one. Yeah, okay, cool. So, think about it. Throw some ideas out there if you want. This is kind of like my current focus and what I'm trying to spend most of my time on outside of bugs and occasional suggestions. Occasional. I say occasional, and I spent 2 days just working on suggestions last week. But I really kind of want to get this achievement system done and pushed out really soon. So we'll move on to the next item. Unless anyone has any questions on the achievement system. Oh, I should mention, I do, because I threw this in there. I threw this in somewhere. I came up with a way. I wanted to make it easier for people to talk about this in character, because I think people are going to want to talk about this in character, because it's fun. Like, it's a fun thing, and it's something that you can kind of compare with your friends on, right? You're like, how far have you gotten on this? But in character, it's kind of awkward, right? Yeah, how many have you been killed by a shark 10 times yet? Hey man, have you killed people? How many people have you killed? It kind of makes it a little strange. Some of those I don't think I could fix, like asking how many times you've killed people is going to be a little bit strange. And I hope people aren't like, I'm not an idiot. I know people are going to go out and do these things for the sake of doing them. Like, I know that there will be someone who will specifically hunt down a cougar to get themselves killed by. It's just I don't think that that's the right way to go about it. But I don't know. I can't don't want to put the effort into trying to stop people. So it'll be what it'll be. People, yeah, I know. But I just think, like, from a roleplay perspective, it's not valuing your life. Purposefully going and getting killed by a cougar, right? So it creates a little bit of a weird situation for some of these achievements. That's all I can really say about it. I hope people do it with good intentions. I know some people won't. I know some people won't think about it that way. They won't think like that they're not valuing their life. They won't even have that thought. They'll just be like, oh, I have an achievement, I have to do this 10 times. Well, that's a good point, 50 cal. Like, then why have it as a reward? Because it's fun. You know? So there's got to be a bit of a balance there. It's like, Make them all hidden? I can make some hidden. Here's the thing, if I can make them hidden, but the minute they're not hidden and a player finds out about it, they're going to tell their friends. And now they're going to be like, "Oh, hey, if you go get killed by a cougar, then you'll get the achievement." "Oh, really? Oh, okay, cool. Go get killed by a cougar." So it's only hidden until one person finds out about it. So yeah, I can do it. And I do plan on having some hidden achievements. But 50 cal, it's about, I'm trying to balance the fun aspect. I want to put some fun stuff in. We can't always be 100% like serious and stuff. I have to be able to trust the players with things, or else I couldn't put anything fun in, and it's just like not everybody can handle that. But if I build the server because some people can't handle things, then no one gets to have any fun. Right? Yeah, I might do it like I might make those ones like you can only get progress once a day or something. So that people aren't just like throwing themselves over and over and over again at a murder kitty. Well, that's the other thing. Encouraging people to die is also encouraging EMS to clock in. There's a double-edged sword there. But I have them as rewards because I want people to have fun. Crafting, I didn't put anything related to crafting. I have a ton of stuff related to gathering. I mean, I could. I think I'd like, if we do crafting, I think I'd like it to be a little bit more targeted. Yeah, no, I get you. I'm riffing with you, I think I'd like it to be more targeted. I think maybe well, how about crafting a crafting table? Or using a crafting, like placing your own crafting table. Some of those, like, or crafting, crafting the high tier tool, like the pickaxe and the hatchet. So those would be good ones, I think, too. But just crafting in general is probably like too easy. Yeah, craft the crafting table, craft the high level tool. Those crafting recipes that maybe take like level 10 to do. That's a bit of an achievement, right? I have eating and drinking 6-star food, but I mean, I could do one for every business. I just think, like, if a business isn't open hardly, or no one ever wants to buy a business, then it'll lock that achievement out. So I mean, I could do a, yeah. I think just keeping it at, like, eat your first 6-star food item, drink your first 6-star drink. I should buy a boat. Buy a heli. Buy a plane. Crash a heli? Wait, is Sage in chat? Never mind. Sink a boat. Yeah, so reach out to the community liaisons or somebody start a public suggestion thread to collect some of these things, because I want to move on with the stream for the sake of folks here in time. But yeah, I like the thought, and I like the ideas, and I wanna push through this list that I have. It's a bit of a long list right now, but I'm working on it, and it'll be fun. I could put some. I mean, I could put some achievements for those specialty items that we have, like the bathwater and the icky dicky and the ribs. Oh, sorry. There he goes again. Wow. All right. All right. So, next. Wait, where? There was a specific person in the community that I asked to join today's stream, and I think I've seen them participating in the chat. If you know who you are, go ahead and type in chat and let me know you're here. She was here. Is she still here? Yeah, there she is. Hey, what's up? How you doing? So, for, folks that know me and have been around for a while have seen that I really enjoy, when possible and where it makes sense. I really enjoy supporting community members' creativity, and I'm definitely willing to, put time and effort into coding things where somebody's got a good idea that could, kind of help further roleplay abilities, or just make a cool new system for members of the server to experience and enjoy. Somewhat recent example of this was that I witnessed a member of the police department working with a member or an owner of Benny's. Instead of the cop just impounding vehicles, he said, "Hey, you know what? Why don't I call up the mechanic and ask the mechanic to tow the car to an impound lot, and then I'll impound it when they get it there, and that'll give them some role play, and it'll kind of help." And I saw that, and I was like, you know what? I think that's a cool idea. And so that very night, I dropped what I was doing, and I created a system where police now can mark a vehicle for impound. They have an option when they third eye it, that they can do that, and then I put an option on the mechanic's job wheel where they can select the option, and it'll mark the closest vehicle to them that they can go and tow into the impound lot. And then every now and then the cops make a habit of going to the impound lot, and they impound the cars there. So that's an example of, a community member having an idea that created more role play for people, interaction between people, that I saw and spent time and resources, kind of like coding in a way for it to be done a little bit easier for people. So recently, that same thing happened. A cool idea was submitted in a ticket for by this person. You go by Red. Is that right? And I looked at it and I was like, you know what? That's a really cool idea. And I saw some potential with it. So so today I'm going to announce a new feature that's live in the server right now that will be able to facilitate this player's idea. And I'm going to demonstrate it for you. So basically, there's been a new item added. Can't type. There's been a new item added. This is in live right now. So there's paper. So we have paper. Usually used to write on. Pretty cool, right? All right. Yeah, so moving on. What's next? No, I'm just kidding. That's not all. Just paper. What's so great about paper? Right. Dwolin's, you're really helping me out, man. I love it. Thanks for... Yeah, I'm glad... Dwolin, you know, man, I'm glad you asked. I'm so glad you asked that. You know what? I would love to tell you. Let me explain. You know, paper, you can write on it. And writing on paper it's actually a really cool thing. You should try it someday. There's one important aspect to writing on paper, though. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but in order to write on paper, you might need a pen. Boom! Pens have been added to the server. Yeah. You heard it here first, folks. We have pens and we have paper. So that's it. All right, right? So I said huh? Who's an asshole? Sorry? No, I said 3 features. So it was the reward system was 1, pens is 2, and paper is 3. There you go. That's it. We got it. You heard it here first. Amazing, remarkable, unexpected. We have pens and we have paper. It's amazing. Look how cool these are, right? You can write a lot of good information with this pen. You heard Rayu clapping in the background. They heard you clapping, Rayu. Here. I know. Thank you. I love how he's popping up above the code window. Every time. What pens? What paper? Let's use this pen real quick. You guys, should I use the pen? So we can maybe we can, because that's what you would do, right? You would use the pen to write on the paper. Isn't that what you would do? That makes sense, doesn't it? Who wants me to use the pen? The suspense. I feel like maybe I should use the pen. What good is the pen if I don't use it? Well, first, let me use the paper. Oh. Nothing happened. Okay. Maybe I should use the pen. We'll see what that does. Introducing the book creator system. Now you can create your own books. You can print those books, and then the book becomes an item that you can sell or give to other people. The book creation system supports 2 formats, as pictured here. One of them is portrait. The other one is landscape. The book system just takes images. You have to host the images on a compatible hosting service, which means you can't host them in Discord. You can't host them on Imgur, however you say it. So you have to host it on a FiveM compatible hosting system. But if you do that, then you can create these books and you can trade them to people. So I've got a test book that I made here with just some images that I took from the server images posting. You can see I put 3 of them in here. And you can edit them. But keep in mind, editing a book here does not change books that have been printed and handed out to people. Okay, so if you want to make edits to it, the items that already exist that have been printed are not going to be changed. And then you can create the book. So I'm going to create this book test that I made. You called it Writing with a Pen. So it consumed some paper. There were 3 pages in the book. So it consumed 3 paper, and then it used up my pen. And here we have my book test, because I do original naming. I'm very creative. So now this book is an item. It can be traded, it can be sold, and it can be used. When you use it, it opens up the book, and you can turn the pages, and you can read the book. So here's the other book that I made. It was a 1-page book, so it only used 1 paper. And that's all. I only have 1 page, so this is the book. Yeah, you could do a 1-page book, and it could be a bit of a flyer, although maybe a little bit of a different idea for that. If you wanted to create a book that was your restaurant menu, go ahead. That would absolutely work. And you maybe, could keep that in your tray storage at the restaurant, and then people could pick it up out of the tray, read it, put it back. Or they could steal it from you. Now, here's my question. Because I don't know exactly what I want to do with this. But I kind of thought that maybe the news job has to create the books. What do you guys think of that? Yeah, like a publisher. If we do it that way, I think it might be a little difficult, because this is like player based. So yeah, now that I talk it through, I don't think we can do it that way. Because if somebody quits the news job, they take all the books with them. Because the books are tied to the person. I could probably change it. No, maybe I can't. All right, now what I'll do instead is that the news jobs will be the ones that create the paper and the pens, and they can sell them to the players, and the players can make their own books. So they'll create the paper, kind of being the publisher. You can't get the paper without them. So you'll have to go to them and be like, hey, I want to make a book, and I need 100 pages. And they'll be like, okay, here's 100 paper. What do you mean, isn't this stuff everyone should have to figure out in City. I mean, the minute I announce it in the Discord, people are going to know about it. Word on the street. You guys familiar with Word on the Street? Kat, did we ever post that anywhere? I don't think we did. Word on the street.
What a treat.
Yes, thank you, Rayu. Well, let's make a little to-do for us to get on posting that somewhere. I don't think we did. But word on the street is the idea that people can use information from Discord in character by referring to it as word on the street. If it's published in character Discord channels, I should probably specify that. And when new features are announced. So this would allow, so like, cuz I mean, if I announce a new feature, people are going to want to go and experience that most likely. And I want them to. That's why I fucking put it in. So if they have to wait to stumble across it, it's kind of lame. So that's what Word on the Street's for. Word on the Street's also if you read something in Discord in the Birdie section, or in-city event is posted in the Discord in-city section, your character can know about those things, and it's called Word on the Street. Hey, I heard about this from so-and-so or whatever. One of the homies was talking about it. Hey, I heard it. I heard on the streets about this blah, blah, blah that's happening. It's a way for you to explain how your character knew about something like that. Yeah, I mean, you had a great idea, and originally I was like, well, news could put it out through the news app, but it wasn't. It just because you could put multiple images on the news story, but then it'd get buried, and so yeah, I heard it through the grapevine. It's another way of saying word on the street. It's just a different way of saying it. But yeah, no, this is a good idea, and I wanted to be able to accommodate this, and I think it's going to work for a lot of other things too. So I'm excited to see, what players do with it. You can create your own books. You can print as many as you want, and sell them on registers. You can hand them out to people. Are you okay?
Yeah.
She's okay, y'all. She's okay.
I promise I'm okay.
She promises. Rayu, you good? Is the floor okay? Wait, you worry about the floor. What about her foot?
This stuff.
Oh yeah, sure. An artist. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things you could do with this. Like you could create your own magazine, like series if you wanted to, and just like when you create the book, call it Nature's Wild Volume 1, and put your nature photos in there or something. And then you could create a volume 2, you could create a volume 3, and they all go in here. And then you could just print them out when you need to. Keep it supplied. If you like to doodle or draw and you want to put your own artwork in the game, go ahead. Draw your art, host it on a acceptable FiveM hosting service, which, by the way, if you go to the FAQ channel, we have some websites listed in there where you can host images. That'll work in game. And then you could put your own art pamphlet out or something. Yeah, well, it's all logged, and so if you guys are doing dumb shit, we're gonna ban you. That's your warning. Don't do anything that's gonna offend people, you know. Be sensible about it. No toxicity, no sexual assault, none of that gross stuff, okay? I shouldn't even have to say that. But wait, there's more. Man, this paper, it's way too cool of an item to just be used for books. Am I right? Am I right, guys? I mean, come on, it's paper. Paper airplanes, I like that. That's a great idea.
Rolling paper?
Paper airplanes. I did think of that when I used the paper earlier, and I'm like, it didn't do anything. I was like, I should create a paper airplane. That would be fun. I'll put a pin in that idea. Possibly could use it for later. But no, there's actually something else that we're going to be able to use this paper for. Wanted posters? I mean, yeah. Actually, that could be a thing. Let me introduce something to make the news job more integrated into the city. Both Life Invader and Weasel News, in live right now, have access to this new feature. You guys notice anything? Let me know if you notice anything. El Deuce. Mr. Weirdo on the sign. The Deuce. Let me see. I do have same game. There you are. Of course it didn't choose GTA.
I ran out of bullets. I'm pretty sure I lit that dude up, right?
That's an old clip too, huh? I have to fix my settings. 'Cause I picked time frame recent and same game, but it's never picking GTA. So I don't know. I don't know what's that about. But yeah, but we have billboards. So if we go to the other side, this is actually a two-sided billboard. If we go to the other side, this is exclusive to the news jobs. News companies have access to purchase these billboards in city. So you can see that I'm walking around here, there's nothing. I just see the billboard. I don't see nothing else. But if I clock in, if I clock in as Weasel News, and I walk up to the billboard, I can interact with it. And I can, this is a two-sided billboard, so I can edit side A, side B, or I can edit both sides. There's an option to just put text on the billboard. Or there's an option to put an image on the billboard. And there's also an option to transfer the billboard ownership to the other news job or the government, or you can sell the billboard back for 50% of the market price. Every billboard has its own cost, and the news job has to purchase the billboard before they can use it. The costs are not cheap. So hopefully they'll think about be a little strategic with the billboards that they're buying. Pretty much every billboard that's like that is buyable. There's some like this that are on buildings and stuff that you can't buy. There's not really billboards. They're more just like little. I guess they are billboards, but they're tiny. There's a ton of these around the city that you can purchase. Here's one right here. You say for sale. They just all kind of say that, for sale, like that. So you'll see a lot of these. It's like in city now. You'll see a lot of these billboards that say for sale on them. And I can look at adding more, because not every single one is set up that way, but quite a few of them are. There's a way for the news jobs to add these printers work at the two news locations, and they can print banners. So somebody earlier mentioned like wanted posters, and somebody was also talking about pamphlets. Well, this is what the printers are used for. So you can create. I just, as a sample, used his logo. Sorry, I didn't ask for permission. And you can print play a little mini game here, and you can print posters. Oh shit. And then those posters, they'll take a little while, and then the posters can be used and placed around the city. And they can be placed on it's kind of like the scenes system, but you can walk up and place them on different surfaces. So the news jobs can create them and print them, and then other players can go and place them around the city. So if you have an event coming up that you want to advertise, you can reach out to the news and give them like your image for the event. They can take that image and they can put it into this system. I have to wait for the machine to cool down, but they can put it into that system, and then they can print a number of flyers, and then there's a way for players to take a job, like a public job, of putting up flyers around the city. So that's a kind of a new public job that coincides with this system where you can go sign up to distribute posters, and you'll get a mission basically, and then you'll go to different places and you'll put the poster up, and you'll get a new place to go to, and you put the poster up, and you go around, put posters up, and you collect, and you get paid for it. So the players are actually helping to advertise the events and the businesses, and there also is a new kind of a public job activity for players to do to make money at the same time. And so this works really well with what the news is. It gives them like a product that they can generate revenue with. I added crafting systems to the news jobs so they can craft the pens and the paper. The paper is used for printing, like you saw there, printing the flyers. So if I want to print 100 flyers, I need 100 pieces of paper. The paper's also used for the books. So they'll use paper for all that stuff. Pretty cool, huh? And then the billboards. Oh, yeah. Banners. So here's all the billboards once it loads. So they're actually marked out on the map, and there's groupings here. You can see where I'm at currently here. So in this area, there's 10 different billboards. So if I zoom in, it'll show where they're all at. And if it's owned, it'll be a different color like this one. And you can click on it and you can see it's billboard 29. It's owned by Weasel News. Click on this one, not owned. Set your waypoint if you want to go there. See that's owned, available, not available. This is where they can create banners. And once the banners are created, people will be able to see them here too. So there's a map of where the billboards are located at. And you could set waypoints to get to them easy. Cool. I hope that I hope that drives some more interaction with the news jobs, and gives the news a way to be more integrated into the server economy by being able to produce those products. I did toy around with the idea, and I haven't decided for or against it yet, but I know that there's some items missing still. There's like a suggestion that's being discussed about like ways to bring things back. I'm kind of thinking like maybe, and I know it doesn't all make sense, like, but the Game Boys or whatever, the gaming devices, maybe the specialty cell phones, those items that used to be in businesses that are now missing kind of from the server. Kind of thought maybe I put them into the news job crafting to give them a little bit more on the economy side of things. Because they're a bit of, they can't make as much money as other businesses because they just don't have stuff to sell. They get the same paycheck as the other businesses do. So they don't make more money from the paycheck, but they don't have anything to sell from an economy perspective. Billboards can only be purchased by the news jobs. And once you own it, you own it. You can sell it, but there's no subscription. Like once you buy it, you own it. No monthly lease. All right. That's all for today. As far as like features go, obviously there's a lot. I've got stuff on the roadmap. You know, I've definitely got things that I want to work on. I can throw out like no promises, but I can throw out kind of what I see coming next for as far as what I'm going to focus on development wise. There's a handful of things. I've got to get. I'm hoping that wasn't my internet. Okay. That's just my horribly slow ass server. It's okay. It's a good time to switch to a different window. Wait, did I do the wrong one? Yeah. Oops.
I apologize if I'm loud. Gotta get another thing out. Oh my gosh, what the hell? We were not cleaned all the way.
Okay. You're welcome. Thanks for putting time into using the stuff that I put time into making. It's a two-way street, guys. So roadmap, that's what I wanted to do. Explainer video, tour guide thing, new rewards and referral system. This is what I showcased and I'm working on. Even more criminal activities. So basically I want to build out this arms dealer job. I need to put 2 more levels into it. So I want to work on that soon. I actually have the second level like halfway done already. So I just need to kind of put some time into finishing that. And that level is going to be shotguns. And that's something that our criminals do need. And so I need to keep that as a priority. I have a new... Sometimes I have to do updates in order to facilitate some of these roadmap items. You know, like... and sometimes I put them on there, but this new PD system, if I want to add that, then I need to have this new cuff system done, right? Because I need the new cuff system before the new PD system. So I actually have a new licensing system that I really want to put in. And that's another thing that I need to get done before I can do this PD update. And the licensing system we have now is not good enough. Needs to be improved upon. If you know, you know. So I want to put a new licensing system in, and that'll pave the road for a new MDT that's coming as part of this PD update, which is going to be a drastic improvement over the MDT that they have now. And then it's also going to allow for an evidence system, and then pave the way for a jail system, which I've been wanting to put a jail system into the server since we were New Chance, and I just haven't gotten to the point where I've been able to prioritize that because it's not the highest priority. Can you guys hear that talking in the background?
Right on our city. And I was like, that's why I can say that.
I just know I got this new microphone and it's super duper sensitive, so. You mentioned you could hear Rayu in the background, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I know I've been a little loud.
Okay, so I want to finish building out the arms dealer jobs after I get the referral system in. That's going to be kind of the next thing. And then I got to put the new licensing system in. And then the next thing I want to do is this PD update. So that's kind of what I'm going to be focusing on over time as we continue down the roadmap. The new PD system will bring a new evidence system in, give the PD the ability to do longer jail sentences. We might review the fines and increase them. But I'm not going to do the longer jail sentences until there's an actual jail system in place where there are things to do in jail. And there are progression elements to the jail system. Does that make sense to you guys? You know, because I want jail to become more interactive. There's going to be like a job NPC in there you can do work for. Yeah, there'll be some of that too. Sorry, I want to get some background noise here. Hopefully it's not too loud. All right, well, let's talk about these polls. You guys ready? You guys ready to talk about this? We're going to talk about the drop system first. So I put a poll up here. It's in the polls channel. You know, I've been thinking a lot about the drop system because we've been through a lot of changes, right? Even the systems the drop was put in for have kind of changed as well. So what do you guys think about this? The reason I put this poll up was because I have been feeling like we kind of need to really revamp the system again. And I think, like, I feel like it got too strict or too gamified, where there's like all these systems and rules and restrictions. So I put the poll up to find out what I should kind of remove. I feel like I want to go back to the old drops, like the way it used to be. Well, and that's part of it too. I didn't put in the poll, but that's the plan. Is that I want to bring back the loot crates to the drops instead of it just being one crate with coins, and have it be opportunities for people to get like weapons and medkits and, you know, the stuff like that we had before. But I want to take out all the bullshit at the same time, so that it becomes more of a competition. No, I don't want to do blueprints. I don't want to do blueprints through the drops. In fact, I'm thinking about not as much on the blueprint side of things. Let me tell you why. With blueprints, I was thinking about this a lot, okay? Crafting And this is me maybe needing to undo some things and change my way of seeing things. That I occasionally have to take a step back from things and kind of assess, like, did that really go how I thought it was going to go? And if the answer is no, then I've got to be like, okay, well, what am I going to do about it? So let me just put it to you this way. When it comes to criminal stuff and crafting, number one, I don't think that a lot of criminals enjoy the crafting aspect of that. Am I right? Hey, Crims, you enjoy the crafting side of the server? Do you enjoy going and mining and then turning that stuff into the shit you need? Do you enjoy that part? Because I don't think that many Crims do. Not all the time, not for everything, right? So as a contrast to that, do you enjoy hitting a van and getting scopes and silencers instead of crafting them? Yeah, Crims want a crim. So let me then let's go ahead and pivot from that. What do cops want to do? Cops want a cop. Crims want a crim and cops want a cop. Well, guess what? When we make it so that Crims can just craft all the illegal shit that they need, then the Crims don't have to do crime. And that means the cops don't have crime to respond to. So, what if we just took all the criminal crafting out, and the way to get the shit that you need to for crim shit is by doing crim shit? Robbing stores, robbing houses, chopping, robbing banks, robbing vans. You got to go out and be a criminal to get the shit you need to be a criminal with. Because we have a problem. Cops get bored when Crims aren't doing crim shit. Cops don't want to clock in because Crims aren't doing crim shit. Well, Crims don't need to do crim shit. Once they get the blueprint, they can just craft it. All they got to do is go into the fucking mines and mine up the materials. That's not criminal. Having to gather takes them away from crime. Right. So I'm having a bit of a switch in the way I'm thinking about things, guys. Because we need Crims doing crime. So the systems in the server should be built in a way that require it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You get the items from doing the crimes. So why isn't it the move? Having to hit multiple jobs to have enough weapons? Why isn't it the move? That's how it used to be in New Chance. And we had tons of Crims in New Chance. We had more Crims than anybody. How many Crims do we have now? We have all the same Crims we've had for a year. New Crims come and go. They don't stay. There's something fucking wrong. Yeah, but you bought the guns with money that you got from doing criminal activities. You had to do the criminal activities to get the dirty money to buy the guns with. From selling drugs, from robbing stores, from doing the criminal activities. That's my point. What I'm saying is we need to take the criminal stuff out of the crafting system. The crafting system is really good for the civilian side of things. It's good for the businesses. The gathering's good for businesses. It's good for people that don't want to do crime stuff. But I look at our population. Look at our criminal population. We're almost a year on the new server. We can't keep crims. Crims don't want to stay here. Because they have to go and fucking mine. I'm sure it has a lot to do with it. They have to craft, they have to mine, they have all these civilian type things that they have to do in order to get the shit that they need to do the crim stuff. And I don't think that they have fun with that. I think they want to get in and they want to be crims on day one. They want to start hitting the stores. They want to start robbing shit. They want to start stealing stuff. But you need advanced lockpicks, and you need this, and you need that. And you need to craft it. You need to find the people, or find the crafting locations. Chop is just one thing. And if you don't like chop, then you're fucked. Chop was an attempt at making it so that crims could do crim stuff and get the things they needed for crafting. But I don't think that it was good enough. That's what I'm saying. It's the whole reason that it gave materials. But it's one thing. And some people don't enjoy that. I think a lot. I say think because I think a lot. And I pay attention to what people are saying in all kinds of areas in the Discord. And I also look at our population. I see I'm the one that deletes the gangs because they leave the server. I just deleted 3 gangs the other day. And that's not the first time I've had to delete inactive gangs. There needs to be things only crims can do, not civs. Yeah. Crime shouldn't be a thing that's super easy to get into? I disagree. I think that there needs to be a progression to criminal activities And I think that there are some of them that should not be easy to get into. But I think that there needs to be some of them that are extremely easy to get into. Well, offer an alternative then, if you disagree with what I'm saying. And maybe you did and I missed it in chat. I think the people that are already well established want the crafting system. The newer people want to be able to get into it without having to grind and gather the materials. I think that's probably spot on. There needs to be things that only Crims can do. And then I want interaction. I mean, yeah, I want interaction. That's the point of roleplay, right? To interact with other people. Not every game needs to be able to do everything. Lopez, that is a constant struggle in my brain, guy. I'm telling you what. And there is no middle of the road solution to that problem. You feel like if the gangs were forced to interact like in the beginning, it didn't work, dude. The problem is that the gangs could never agree on anything. Some gangs have to interact with other people and some gangs don't. And then when gangs are forced to interact with each other, there's egos that get in the fucking way because one gang doesn't like the other gang and they lock them out of shit, and then that gang gets pissed off because they can't do anything because the other gang doesn't like them and they're not letting them get into it. And so when you force them to rely on one another, it fucking breaks down because of goddamn egos. Fucking EP bullshit. It pisses me off. That's why that system always fails, dude. I've tried it many times. I know that some of them felt like they could come in and steamroll the server, and then they left. I know that. I know who you're talking about. Not all of them left, though. Have certain components come in drops. Don't remove crafting altogether. You don't have an alternative right now. You're just saying that you don't agree with removing crafting and having all of your stuff being dropped from doing the jobs themselves. You enjoy the crafting tables and some of the things that make sense on the table. It may not have worked, but the introduction of blueprints meant that no one needs each other for any other item. Once you learn how to make it, everything, you can do it all yourself. Well, that's because the gangs weren't getting along, kidding. And they were choking each other out of shit. So I kind of had no choice. Wouldn't remove it completely. Maybe certain tier things have to be gotten in other ways. Make it easier for baby Crims to get lower tier weapons. I already kind of did that. It's out. It's in the kitchen.
Huh?
Do you want me to come out there and find it for you?
I can't find it. I've been trying.
Hang on, I gotta find the meat thermometer. I'll be right back.
Robbing Fleeca banks with my crew by my side. The Pacific's locked tight, but tonight it's our prize. From crafting in shadows to staking new ground. The roar of ambition, it's a deafening sound. Territories claimed, we battle for more. The streets are alive and they're keeping the scar. But it's more than the loot or the power we gain. It's the bonds that we build, the joy through the strain. An unwritten role play, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the heights to the calm after rain. This world is my home where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten role play where legends are born. Through chaos and glory we weather the storm. Every boost, every chase, every close call. Every meeting in shadows behind old brick walls. It's not just the thrill, it's the family we find. Every action we take leaves the past behind. Each hour we play, another chapter unfolds. No limit to dreams in a city of gold. We rise and we fall, but the story won't end. An unwritten RP, I found more than a friend. An unwritten role play, the script's in my hands. I'm building my story, I'm making my stand. From the highs of the heights to the calm after rain. This world is my home where we laugh through the pain. No path is too narrow, no goal out of sight. Together we rise in the city's dim light. Unwritten role play where legends are born. Through chaos and glory we weather the storm. So here's to the stories unwritten, untold. The bonds that we form, the moments of gold. Unwritten RP, you're more than a game. You're a second home where I found my name. The bonds that we form, the moments of gold. Unwritten RP, you're more than a game. You're a second home where I found my name.
Okay, couldn't find it. Might get food poisoning. Alright, let's catch up. Gandy, thanks for the follow. Okay, you wouldn't remove it completely. Maybe make a certain tier have to be gotten in other ways. Oh, yeah. A lot of people hold their egos too high. Dude, I can't... Look, you might be right, but there's nothing I can do about that. I constantly struggle with these systems because that is... I has been doing this for 5 years now, and I can tell you, in all of my 5 years, it has always been a problem. That's been consistently reliable. And so... I just... I need to make the server work. I need to make the server approachable for new gangs. Or else we're not going to have new gangs that are going to stick around. And the well-established gangs and long-term gangs need to help me with that. Because what fun is it being the big dog when there ain't no other fucking dogs to fight with? Have a third party or something. I totally understand what you're saying, but as I continuously say, us as the URP community needs to have better roleplay. Yeah, not wrong. Not a fan with all the gangs being able to do everything. There isn't even a lot for us to make. Yeah, I mean, what do the gangs have? So, I mean, it's not just gangs. Let's just say crims. There's pistols, attachments that were taken out of the ammunitions and put into the crim life. I mean, some of this stuff I still have to move over and find places to go in, but I've been frozen on what the fuck I'm going to do with it because of all of this stuff. Because I'm not sure. Alls I know is that we need crims doing crim shit so that cops have stuff to respond to, so that there can be conflict between crims and cops, so that cops want to come around and clock in and don't just sit there for 5 hours on shift with their thumb up their fucking ass because no one's doing crim stuff. That is a problem. I can't build my police force here unless they have shit to respond to. Nobody can say that that's wrong. So that makes me think, okay, so one problem out of many that I have to try to solve is the cops are bored because the crims aren't doing crim shit. Well, what are the crims doing then? The crims are sitting on stockpiles of stuff, waiting for shotguns to be released, so that when shotguns are released, they can make a bunch of shotguns and then what? Go back to sitting on stockpiles of stuff again. That is not a fucking solution. Giving them more stuff to make isn't a solution, guys. It's not. It is temporary. There has to be a drive to, or not even a drive, there has to be a requirement for crims to do crim shit. And if you don't want to do crim shit and you want to be a gang, question mark, what the fuck? Okay. Then make your other people in your crew do it or something. I don't know. But we need crims doing crim shit. Hands down. How can you say that that's wrong? Choking each other out. But choking each other out and not dealing with certain gangs because they're acting some type of way. Learn how to RP and interact with folks regardless of how you feel about them. That's part of life. Yeah, you could say, but yeah, sure, okay, say it all you want, dude, but it's not gonna fucking happen. It ain't gonna change people that have that mentality. Those people are gonna be that way. Even having beef with a gang that ran drugs or guns, whatever. Some people can do that, some people can't. Not everybody can be like you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just some people are different. People are different. And nothing in the world is going to change that. We, as a community, we have to understand that. We can't create a system that has a square hole and tell everybody to get their ass through that fucking square hole, because some of them are round pegs and some of them are square pegs. They don't all fit into the same mold. So in order to create, in order to accommodate that, we have to have systems that are flexible as much as possible to accommodate that. I don't want to tell everybody that they have to do it a certain way. But we have to have activity to support people playing here. And so if we want more cops, there has to be stuff for the cops to do. If we want more crims, then there's got to be shit for them to do. And there has to be a way for them to beef with other crews and shit so that EMS gets some activity and the cops also have more calls from that stuff happening. Right, specialization only works if gangs are willing to do it. But it doesn't always work out because there again, if you have somebody that doesn't want to deal with somebody else and then that people that they don't want to deal with get locked out of shit. Like, you don't need drugs, but you need guns. Because guns up the level when you're fighting people. So if you show up to a gunfight with a knife, you're probably going to lose. But you don't need drugs for any of that shit. So if you have a gun gang that doesn't want to sell their guns to people, some people would say, well, I don't know, can you blame them? They sell guns to somebody, that means that, they could be at risk for fucking getting beat. If they keep the guns for themselves, then they're the most powerful fucking crew in the city. Gathering should not be taken out because of the amount of hours that people put in. The grind would be for nothing. I'm sorry, I don't fucking care. Hate me if you want to. We have to be willing to do what's necessary to put us on the right path as a community, regardless of how much somebody might lose from what they've been grinding. It sucks. Yeah. But we got to be willing to do what we have to do to put us on the right path. You might have to take an L on some of that shit, dude. I'm not saying I find joy in that, but it's part of you have to take a step back. It's not personal. We got to look at what do we have to do as a community to put us on the right path. Shit's not working. I feel like our fucking crim shit's broke. I don't want it to be that way. And I'm not saying we need to cater to, Thug Life 100K or die server players. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is we need to be able to grow our criminal population. We clearly have a problem with that right now. And polling our community, who is people that are currently here playing, isn't going to get us the right answer. We have to ask the people that don't stick around, and they don't half the time respond. I've tried. So what we're going off of is what we have right now clearly isn't working to maintain new crim population. And that's also preventing growth in our PD. That's kind of like that's where we're at, guys. So, and we don't have to rip it all out and start from scratch or anything like that, but we got to make some changes to try to improve it. You know what I'm saying? That's all. We got to be willing to make some changes to try to improve that situation. I mean, I'm really interested in hearing what the new gangs have to say about this. What's it been like for you as a new gang in the server? What's it been like? And why haven't you left yet? Seriously. I don't want you to leave, but why haven't you? Have you thought about leaving? Have you had friends that have left? Why did they leave? And I'm not going to listen to, well, it wasn't easy enough. I'm not saying we need to make it, like I said, there's certain types of players that we're built for. And this, I don't even know what it means. I just hear the term all the time. The 100K or die players. That's not us. And that's okay. I'm okay with that. You shouldn't be able to be your gang shouldn't be able to be the big dog on the street in a week. That's not how it goes here. I don't want it to be like that. But we need to find a balance because we're not there yet. And I do want to, I want to respect the time that people put into things here. It's not that I don't care about that, but I'm just saying, like, we have to be willing to make some cuts and we have to be willing to go through some pain as a community together to get to a better place. As a civ working, you can do basically everything that a gang member could do, unless you get a felony. I mean, so you can't do the felony stuff because if you get caught, now you can't be a civ. Civs should have to come to gangs for certain shit. Well, civs have to go to gangs for drugs and for guns. They can get pistols and that's it. Which I mentioned earlier on the roadmap. My next focus is putting the shotgun system in to give the shotguns back to the gangs. So civs will have to come to gangs for drugs and guns. That's it. It's hard because you can't control other people, but the problem is some take it very personal. It does get draining. I agree. The problem with the high tier weapons and stuff, that no new gangs can possibly fight them. Right. Because they'll always lose. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, we don't even have that right now. That's the thing, dude. Like, we don't even have those guns in. There might be some shotguns left over. But for the most part, people are working with equal fucking weapons. Especially with the recent change, you know? I mean, Voice had the ammunitions you can get combat pistols and shit from. So the new gangs aren't at that big of a disadvantage. So why aren't they sticking around? Then don't pick a fight with the big gangs. Facts. It's hard when there's 3 gangs that own the whole map. I mean, you're right. And I recently made a change to lower that a bit. It's not about losing, it's about earning the respect of the other gang, showing you stand on business. I mean, isn't that a personal opinion? Not all gangs work on respect like that. You don't got to take it with violence, buy it out. Not all gangs believe that. That's the way you do things. There's nothing wrong with it. But not everybody does it that way. Yeah, the new changes to the territories helped with lowering the... Yeah, that was by design. Take away the knowledge of when cops are on. You kind of... Yeah, well, we have limits on things, so you have to know if cops are on to do stuff. It's limited. You watch it so you know what crimes you can do. Yep. Yeah, it's definitely there are definitely times where cops will be on during decent population and they can go hours without a call. I've seen it. I spend a lot of times lurking in streams. Some crimes require, yeah, well, I lowered stores recently, so stores are easier to get at. You can do ATMs anytime. You can do lower level chop and boosting anytime. Lowered store requirements, so those are easier to do. You can do houses anytime. That's 4 or 5 criminal activities you can do at any time. The only stuff that requires cops are the fleece of bank robberies and higher. And the stores. The stores and the bank robberies and higher. I don't know, taking the PD status away might spice things up. I don't think so. I mean, I'll just say, if you're a crim and you hear my voice and you're choosing to not do crime when cops are on, you're a fucking pussy. Sorry. That's what I think.
Stay with your chat.
It's not like it's a big deal if you get caught, guys. The fines are fucking chump change. That's by design. I don't want people to be pissed off when they get caught by cops. Go out there and fucking do crime when cops are on and enjoy a chase. And if you get caught, you get caught. Pay a little bit of a fine. Lose some shit. It ain't the end of the world. These are pixels in a video game. Who cares? It's about the fucking experience, man. It's about having fun. It's about the thrill of the chase. It ain't about the number of shit you have. Give it up. Stop hoarding it and giving it so much fucking value. It's not all about people that need to do things for copying them to have fun. Some of the fun RP is just hanging out with them. Yeah, I agree. I'm not saying it, but what I am saying, and what I know from my 5 years experience doing this, that's not 7 years of roleplay experience in 5 years of just being a server developer. And I can tell you with 100% certainty that if we have more crime being done, we will have more cops staying clocked in, coming around, and the force will grow. I can guarantee you that 100% with 100% certainty. Not everybody, but a large majority of cops want to turn on their lights and sirens, fly down the fucking road, and have a gunfight. That's what they want. And as far as I know, that's what most crims want too. God, I think remember how fucking shit was in New Chance back in the day when we had 5 or 6 gangs that would literally be at each other's throats for 8 hours straight. We had cops clocking out because they were fucking exhausted and stressed because there was no break between the criminal activities. They were literally like, I can't fucking take this anymore. I need a break. And that doesn't sound very good, but that's actually a good thing. It's like, okay, well, you were busy. Like, you weren't bored, you know? They'd like a little bit of moderation between those two extremes. But it's crazy the difference that we have between what we used to have in New Chance and what we have now. And we have more criminal activity now than we did then. Available criminal activities. Some people can't take an L. Facts. Nothing I can do about that. Lots of the problem is people can't lose. Taking losses is important. Yeah. Dude, taking a loss, that people need to refactor how they see it. It's not a loss. It's a turning point in the story. It's an opportunity. You can play off of it. It could create a grudge. It could create a defining change in your character. But what it's not is, oh my god, I spent 3 hours to fucking get that item, to do that store, or whatever, to rob that bank, and now I got busted and I didn't get anything for it. This is fucking blows. That's what it should not be. That is the wrong way to think about it. Sometimes the L is more fun and conducive to a story. Yeah, exactly. But we're not going to fix that, guys. We're not going to fix that. People are who they are. Some people are good at laughing about it and moving on. Some people aren't. Some people think that gang life should be about respect. Some people think that the game life should be about violence and power. It's just different players. And we're not going to change them. You've said that you think the PD status should be taken away multiple times, but it can't be, because certain activities require certain cops to be on, and people need to know if they can go hit a fucking bank. I don't think making it harder to find is going to be good either. Once they know where it's at, then it's not hard to find anymore. We want more bank robberies. We want more bank robberies happening. But because of the reward, I can't let crims do banks unless there's cops on. So we kind of have to have a status. So I feel like I'm so far behind on chat. I'm getting caught up, sorry. Do crime, stop being scared to lose. Why you're in a gang if you're not doing crime. More crimes, more cops, more EMS. Yeah, cops can do... Yeah, I know cops can do other role play that isn't all based on crimes. But just like gang members, cops are different too. You know, some cops prefer responding to crimes. Some cops don't like the civilian law enforcement type stuff. So it's like in a perfect scenario, we'd have both available. And if you were the type of cop that liked to chase the crimes, you could chase the crimes. If you were the type of cop that liked to do more civilian stuff, you could do more civilian stuff, like whatever tickles your fancy. You know, same thing with gangs. If you're the type of gang that likes to be violent, and then you can go be violent with other gangs. Or if you're the type of gang that likes to try to work on more of a business level with things, then you could do that. But we have to have, you know, in order for that stuff to work, we got to have people. We got to have players, so that we can have the types of players that operate on respect and the types of players that operate in a violent way. So that we can have the cops that like the crim stuff and the cops that like the civ stuff. We got to have more players. Right now, we're not keeping more crim players. And that means the cops that only like to do the crime response stuff We're not keeping them either because they do a 4-hour shift without a call. And they're like, fuck, this is boring. I'm out of here. I'm good. I think I'm caught up. From what I can tell, I think most of the crims that we have right now don't have a problem with, taking an L. Lower the bank cooldown? I mean, I don't even know what it is right now. I would definitely do an hour. The insta raid on a cop getting shot down at a scene is a bit much. Disagree. I think if you kill a cop because of a silly reason, then you deserve to be raided. No cop is going to raid somebody if they get shot down at a high risk activity. If you're robbing a bank and you kill a cop, they're not going to come raid you. But if you kill a cop because they pulled you over for speeding, you're getting fucking raided because that's bullshit. That is just stupid ass roleplay, in my opinion. I told the cops to raid somebody when I saw they were illegally parked and the car had been used in a crime, so the cops were going to impound it. And the gang just blasted them down in front of the biggest bank in the city. And so I said, go raid those fuckers, because that's stupid. All the civs can do the same crime. Okay. You said that a couple times. Let's pull up the chart. You guys ready? Let's pull up the chart. Here you go. Look at the screen. If you're a pure civilian, meaning you aren't going to want to risk getting a felony or any crime, you're not going to do any crime, this is all you can do. Government jobs, player-owned businesses or working at one, taxi, group 6, and trucking. This is just if you're a pure civilian. No crime. You don't want to do crime. Now, if you're a civilian that's willing to risk a misdemeanor, this is what you can do. There's 7 things instead of 5. All the same as before. And then you can sell drugs and you can do street racing. You can do that stuff as long as you watch the amounts of drugs you carry. Can't carry too much. You can do all that stuff and never risk losing your access to civilian stuff. Now, if you're a person that wouldn't mind being a felon, you lose some things like group 6, taxi, player-owned businesses, and government jobs. Or sorry, you can't own a business, but you can work at one. But you keep trucking. You can work at a player-owned business. And these are all the things you can do as a crim that's not scared to get a felony. 12 things total. Felons have 12 things. Regular civilians that don't mind getting in trouble with the law and want to be a little dirty only have 7. And then gang members have 13. So if what you're saying is civs can do everything gangs can do, and if what you mean by that is a non-gang member that's okay to get felonies can do 12 things where gang member can do 13, then you're right. Because the only difference between the two is the player-owned business. If you're in a gang, in the gang system, you can't work at a player-owned business. And you gain weapon and drug manufacturing for the highest, or for the tier 4 drugs and the class 2 and up weapons. But you see, I can't limit this stuff. Like, I guess I could. What are you saying? Like, are you saying that what is considered class 2 shotguns? So shotguns and up. Shotguns and automatics are going to be the gang only ones. So are you saying, like, take all this shit away from civs and you have to be in a gang to do that? Because that's extremely limiting. And I don't think that what's the benefit from making people be in a gang? I don't know that he's saying to do that. I'm just trying to understand. You know what I'm saying? Because he said it a couple times, like, civs can do everything crims can do. Here's the chart. I put it up there. So it's in crim zoning and working at businesses in the suggestions channel. I actually took the time and went through everything to like lay this out, because I wanted to itemize the list and know exactly what the truth was, right? Limit for houses and chop shops and boosting. Limit non-gang members to the first level only. Yeah, yeah. I think it would definitely need more thought, but I can tell you that there's a lot of people that would be really upset about not being able to do boosting if they weren't in a gang. Because boosting is a really fun system with, like a leaderboard, progression, the ability to vin scratch. A lot of people that are not really wanting to do gang type stuff enjoy that system. Yeah. Yeah. I think most of this is coming from, like, okay. If they can also make the things to do the crime, they don't need to reach out to the gangs. I made boosting very easy. How did I make boosting easy? I didn't. The only thing I changed on boosting was the amount of experience it took to get to the higher level tiers. It was really grindy. I mean, I did change the tiers for boosting a while ago, probably like a month ago. Okay, well, I mean, so here's an idea. I think what are the gangs trying to tell me? That there's no reason to be a gang. Would that be right? Is that kind of what you're saying? Like, I don't fucking... Why do I need to be a gang? Gangs aren't nothing. If Civ can do everything, then why do we need to have gangs? For guns and drugs. For guns and drugs, but Senlar, the guns aren't out yet. And there's only one drug. Okay. I mean, that's true. So they're not. You don't need a shotgun to do crime. You don't need coke to sell drugs. It's by far a better option. More experience, faster money. But you can sell weed. So we don't need gangs. I feel like there's something there. Well, I don't think that we want to get rid of the gangs. I think we want more gangs. And what the gangs are saying is there's no point to be a gang. Because it's really just more restrictive, if anything. Because you can't be... you can't work at a player-owned business. Not that much more restrictive. It's only one thing, but... Honestly, what's the real point of being in a gang? You get to claim an area of the map. You get to have a visual presence for who you are and have an identity in that system. You get to change marked bills into dirty. The only people that can do that. You can manufacture Class 2 weapons and Class 4 drugs. That, at this moment, is the point of being in a gang. You also get a free stash house. That can't be raided. Which I'm pretty sure you guys are benefiting from. Wink, wink. But is that not enough? Not in the way of like you're not grateful. I don't mean it like that. I just mean like, you know, you I hope you know what I mean. Is it not enough like to make it? I think the point is that there is no. It's the lack of the need for them and to create interaction with other people, right? So like, it's not enough because it doesn't put you in a position where you're needed for anything. So here we're going to circle back to the biggest issue, is that if I put the gangs in a position where they're needed for something, which I've already done with class 4 drugs, but I know that's not a lot, okay, and weapons, but therefore, there again, you can get pistols, so you don't really need the gang. The gangs aren't needed for anything, so nobody has to interact with them. Okay, so if I change that, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, I make it so that before the drugs you can get are in a sellable form, you have to go to a gang, and the gang has to, like, let's just say, bag the weed up for you. Okay, let's just talk hypothetically. What I'm trying to say is that we put the gang into a situation where the other non-gang crims need them. So they have to bag the drugs. They're the only ones that can create USB hacking devices and scanners and all of the electronics that you need to do the crime. And they're the only ones that can craft the weapons. Let's just say that we did that. Is that going to create a situation where, because of egos and disagreements between players, that people are going to get locked out of doing shit because the gang doesn't like them? Because that's what's happened before, and that's why the system was changed. So how can we make gangs required in a way that we can also guarantee that the rest of the community isn't going to get locked out of doing activities? That's the biggest issue with having the gang system like it was. Well, kidding, we need gangs. So I don't think we should think about it like that. I think we do need to think about it like, what's the point of being a gang? We need to make gangs attractive. I mean, we might be cooking, guys. Here's the thing. Let's talk this out. Egos are always going to be a thing. Learn how to deal with people just like you would at IRL. That doesn't help, dude. No, Zill. No, wrong. It doesn't fucking help, man. Because this is a game. And if you can't deal with people, or you don't want to, and you don't have to, what's going to force you? Nothing. You could lock somebody out because you don't like them. We can't have that. We can't have that. There's no way around it if you lock somebody out. That is the problem. You can't just say, people are going to be people, learn to deal with it. Because IRL, there's a million different places you can go to get that fucking thing. But in our video game world, there may be only one. And if they don't like you, then you're fucked. So here's the problem. If we say that you're a weapons gang and you're the only one that's a weapons gang, and you don't sell weapons to people, you've just locked the entire server out of weapons. and you say, well, I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm only doing it because they don't respect our gang. I don't fucking care. You're locking the entire server out of the fucking weapons. Same thing with drugs. Same thing with anything we give to a gang. So the only way it works is if there is an alternative. And that's why gangs are the way they are today. Because I had to put in alternatives for players that were getting locked out of shit. That's how we got to where we are. Like it or not, that's the truth. And I have spent months of my life working on that because of that situation. So, the only way this works, I'm willing to entertain this idea of what Zill said. Make it so that all the illegal shit's from the gangs. Okay. Maybe not all the illegal shit, but a large amount of it, let's just say. The only way that works is if we have multiple gangs that are active and all of the gangs have all of the shit. Meaning that as a non-gang member, let's just say there's 3 active gangs, probably accurate. You can piss off 2 gangs, and you'll still have the 3rd one you can get shit from. And if you piss all 3 off, I lost all sympathy for you. Do you see what I'm saying, though? That's the only way this works. There has to be an alternative. I'm okay with the alternative being another gang. But we got to have the people to do that. You know what I'm saying? We got to have another gang to go to. But if this is what we have to do, 4 gangs, okay, yeah, maybe. I think that there's 2 gangs that are actually one, but just have different names or something. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I think if as long as we have 3 active gangs or more, then this is probably okay. It'll probably work. As long as all those gangs can do all the things. And I know earlier in the conversation, people said that, like, that's also not a great idea. But tell me how else it works. Because if we only have one drug gang and you piss the drug gang off, now you ain't getting drugs. Well, that's not as big of a deal because there's other drugs you can sell. So there was an alternative. It's a lot to think about. But I'm willing to try it. So what you're telling me is fuck blueprints. Well, not fuck blueprints. What you're telling me is blueprints are removed from public tables and can only be crafted on the gang tables. And the civilians are all running out into the server right now and crafting a bunch of shit. I would go look at the logs, I'll tell you. Hey, yo. Out in your boat, like, I gotta get back to shore to craft a bunch of illegal stuff. I mean, 50, you're not wrong, man. You're right. I think, I hear what you're saying. Like, what's the point of being in a gang? You're right. I told you what the point was, but I think it's not enough, right? That's probably the biggest. I think that's probably the biggest issue. No, I think you're right. I think it's probably the biggest. So as far as how we retain gang players, well, I mean, if you don't have a way to carve out some business for yourself, and you really aren't needed, once you kind of figure that out, why would you stay here? Right? So are we polling this? Gangs. Let's see. Changes to crim crafting have made gangs less needed. Should we make gangs more needed by changing crim crafting again? Now, earlier in the conversation when I said, like, we need crims doing crim stuff, so we should take out crafting and just make everything come from the criminal activities so that people are kind of like made to do criminal activities in order to get the shit they need. You guys are like, no, don't do that. This kind of also solves that in a way, because the people that are not gangs are probably playing more middle of the road type stuff, may also be involved in the player-owned businesses, which need supplies. So there's a reason for them to be out doing the gathering jobs. And so if the gangs still have to craft stuff, but their clients are not gang members, maybe the clients have the product, so the gangs don't have to do the gathering. They can just say, if you bring me the materials, I'll make you the shit. That might kind of two birds, one stone solve that issue, so that the gangs, if they don't want to, they don't have to do the gathering. But I do think, similar to like the weapons components, that it would be interesting if for all of the illegal crafting, there was something that could be gathered from the criminal activities to use to craft with. And I've had this idea before, and I might just do it. I've had this idea. I've said it a couple times. I've never gone through with it. Guess what you already get from criminal activities that I could put into the crafting system? Guess what it is? Does anyone know? Something you already get from criminal activities that I could put in as a crafting requirement on the criminal crafting. What is it? Bands. I can make bands a crafting component for the recipes. Dirty money. That only comes from doing criminal activities. So now, to craft the shit, you gotta have dirty money, which you get from doing criminal activities. And you can do any criminal activity you want. So it doesn't make it so restricted that you gotta do the chop to get the stuff for this or whatever. Alright, 50. Slow your roll, bro. Slow your roll. I ain't going there. Stop. Haven't you done enough? Let's put a pin in that. I'm not changing the wash. Go ahead. It's fine. Okay.
Alexa, no dinner?
The bands are... Bro, hang on. I know we all know that they're illegal, but the Crims were so fucking pissy about getting that shit taken from them that I changed it. The cops will take your bands if you're caught doing a crime. There has to be an association. Cry away. Man, you come and sit in this chair, bro, and then you tell me that you think that. After you've dealt with some people, it changes the way you perceive things. But if you got a large sum of money after and you've been caught doing something, they're gonna take it from you. So they're still illegal in a way, okay? I don't want to revisit that at this time. Let's put a pin in that. Because you'll still lose it if you get caught robbing a store or a house, whatever, you got bans on you, they're going to probably take them bans from you. You know, because it even says on the item itself, large amounts of money should be treated as suspicious and confiscated, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so yes, move illegal crafting to gang system benches. No, keep it how it is. I don't like those bastards. Oh, nope. Sorry. I'll just leave it like that. I always try to give somebody like I don't know what this is about, so I'm not going to vote type of answer. I feel like there probably needs to be a little bit more explanation to this. Do 3 days. All right. Thanks for talking through this with me, guys. It's something that I was talking to Kat about it earlier today, and we'll get into these other polls too. But this is something that I think about a lot, and someone earlier said, Senlar, you're saying I think a lot. Why not poll people about it? You can't poll people that aren't here anymore. And like I said earlier, it's really important to the answer is it has to come from the people that aren't here anymore. There's people that leave because the question is, why did you leave? Why aren't you staying around? What is it? And a lot of times after they leave, they don't want to give us any time of day. We've tried to reach out to people. So, but I think we did eventually get to maybe, one aspect of what may be kind of causing this or leading to it. And, I feel like it is a big change. But I feel like it's not, like a super duper drastic one. And I think it's at least at a sane level. So, polls up. We got 16 votes already. I mean, we'll see what people think about it. And,
Crazy.
yeah. Cool. So back to the previous poll that we started talking about. That's kind of what got this whole thing going. So I don't want to do blueprints and the drops. I do want to do, other things like I talked about, like med kits and maybe components that might be needed for doing some of this crafting and stuff. But to bring a little bit more purpose back to the drop system, and I wanted to remove. I actually personally want to remove like almost everything from this drop system, all of the restrictionary type stuff, because I really want it to be I really want it to be like a competition, where, it's not even winner takes all. It's like just where whoever has the best strategy or a strategy can get out with some shit. I mean, you might just like sneak in and be able to take a crate or two without even getting in the conflict and get out with a couple of things, like, laugh your way to the bank. Maybe you blast your way through it because you got the firepower or the people. I just feel like I feel like all the restrictions that we put on it, at the time we were trying to solve a problem. I think it did solve that problem, but I think that the cost of solving that problem led to it feeling too much like a Fortnite match, which I mean, coming from me, I don't play like you guys do, and so maybe I'm completely tone deaf, but I just don't feel like it feels like role play, right? So the poll was, I broke it down and I allowed multiple selections so that people could, vote for only the parts that they agreed with. I mean, technically I can piece this out too from a code perspective the way I've got it. It would be easier for me just to rip it all out. But if people felt strongly about certain aspects of this, then I can, potentially work that out. We have 30 hours left. We have 73 votes. It's a lot of votes. But it's interesting because, for the most part, it seems like we're taking everything out. The only thing that people kind of want to keep, not kind of, most like really want to keep, is the not being allowed to shoot from the outside. What does it matter? That's a genuine question. Because, like, if we take the yellow zone out and we remove vehicle restrictions and we remove re-entry, then is there even really an inside and outside anymore? Because, I mean, there's really not. I mean, what is inside and outside? Yeah, I mean, cars, you're not going to be able to blow up a car with your gun. Well, VDM is against the rules, Dwolin. So if you mean that you feel like they would mow them down with their car, then they could get a nice ban for that. Well, yeah, I mean, somebody's taking cover in a bush and they're going to get run over. And then they're going to be like, oh, I didn't know they were there. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. They could be lying to us and they ran him over on purpose. About twice as many people want them changed than like them the way that they are right now, unfortunately. I got 9 people that have said that they like them how they are, and 15 or so, 18, so exactly twice as much, want something or all things changed about them. So a lot of people are in favor of changing the drops, but also sound like they're against the vehicle restriction being removed. But I don't see that in the voting. I mean, 17 people voted to remove the vehicle restriction. And 18 people voted for the re-entry limit and 15 people voted for the yellow. So it's all within the same range. It seems like most people voted to take the vehicle restriction out. Well, a change of the drops, loot, and everything is going to be part of this. It's just not something I'm polling on. I mean, as the pilot, I don't think you can shoot out of a helicopter, but as passengers, yeah. If you're on one of those side seats, you can shoot. The vehicle pushback should fuck up a helicopter. I haven't tested it, but I think it should. And helis can get shot down, that's true. Cars can't. So you're not allowed to use cars to kill people. That's called VDM. It's against our rules, and you will be banned. Okay. Well, now's your chance to modify your votes. If you voted in favor of removing the vehicles and you no longer agree with that, then you might want to take that off of your vote. We have 30 hours left on the poll. I mean, I think this kind of conversation is, I think we've kind of covered it at this point. It seems like most people are in favor of returning the drops to what they used to be like, enhancing the loot, removing the Fortnite-esque shit that was put into it, and letting it go back to kind of being more of a strategy competition type of situation. And it sounds like a lot of people in chat are hesitant about the removal of vehicle restriction. So I don't know where the people that are for it are. Hey, if you're one of the 17 people that voted for removing the vehicle restriction, you might want to say why you voted for removing it, why you don't think it's a big deal. Because all I'm reading is like, don't remove the vehicles, don't remove the vehicles. But then I look over and I see 17 people think we should. Wait, did I vote on these? Oh, I voted on all of them because I want to remove the whole thing. I just want to remove it all. I don't like it. I don't like what I did to it. I regret it. I think that we have rules. We have a VDM rule. We have staff that can enforce them. Players can report it if it happens, and we can ban people. I think that we should take the responsibility as players to do this, to do things properly. And I think if you want to develop a strategy that means you're going to use your vehicle to get a position or something, then you should be able to do that. And the other players can develop a strategy to combat that. We're taking all the strategy out of it by putting all these fucking limitations on it and literally turning it into like a deathmatch game. Okay, everybody, stay on the outside. Go to a different part of the circle. Okay, wait for the countdown. Beep, beep, beep. Okay, the yellow circle's gone. Go, 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 go. It's fucking stupid. Sorry. Yeah, it was a problem before because people were driving in and grabbing boxes and leaving. But was it a problem? Or were people just upset that they weren't getting those boxes? I mean, when they get out of their car, just fucking shoot them down. That's why I voted to remove it. I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm not saying that it's, going to be perfect, or I'm not saying that we aren't going to have tickets for it. Yeah, I think you're right, Kat. Well, why not? How How about that as a strat? You get 6 people. You all bring a big ass car. You fucking do a circle wagon maneuver around the boxes. You have your passenger hop out, scoop up the loot, and drive off. That's a strat. Bada boom, bada bang. Easy money. So how do you combat that? James gets his RPGs. What if I put proxy mines in? What if you get a vehicle close to one of the boxes, it blows up your car? I'll just code the boxes to explode the vehicles. Here's the problem with the vehicle restriction from a coding perspective. Because the drops are in weird places sometimes, I can't. The knockback puts the car into a strange situation. I've had the knockback teleport a player inside of a building with their vehicle that didn't exist and they couldn't get out of. I've had it teleport a vehicle into the map. Then they fall through the map, the glitch out. I've had it teleport a vehicle onto a roof, so they couldn't get the vehicle off. So like, there's some coding problems with the vehicle pushback that I would personally like to remove, because removing the pushback removes those issues from happening. But what I could do, instead of a pushback, would be I could just blow up their car. What if I just blow up their car? Then I don't have those weird issues where I've got to teleport players out of buildings and shit. If they choose to drive into the circle, then they're going to get their car blown up, and they can learn not to drive into the circle. Just like it does when you roll. Just like beep, 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 and then eventually, boom. I'm going to remove everything except the vehicle restriction. Keep voting, but we'll do that as a first step, since you guys are very persistent about how you feel about the vehicles, and I agree, and I can see I can see the reason for the concern. All right, I need to use the bathroom real quick, so we're gonna do a quick intermission. We're gonna come back. Just a quick one, and we're going to come back and we're going to talk about this poll about metagaming and calling for backup, and then we'll do an AMA, and then we'll end stream. Okay, so just a quick pee break.
I log into the world where the streets come alive, unwritten stories waiting my turn to survive.
There we go. Wait, what happened to the music? Oh, I turned it down. Derp. Wait, can you hear music? Okay, apparently you can hear it and I can't. Good enough.
Open up the sky so I can breathe again. Open up my eyes so I can see again. again. Cause ever since you left, it's never been the same. Through the smoke I see you wandering like I've never seen you before. Looking lost like a child who's never ever been here before. Through the smoke I know you're miles away from Chicago to LA. I'd go anywhere for you. Smoke could disappear in the night. Like a child who's never ever been here before. Through the smoke I know you're miles away from Chicago to LA. Through the smoke to disappear in the night.
Bro, I didn't even go to intermission screen. That's how my teeth were floating. All right, let's dial it back down. All right, that was fast. Why don't? Oh, my headset turned off. I was like, why don't I hear shit? The coffee has been known to... I don't want to know what kind of explosions that's been causing. All right. Next topic here. Man, you guys... Man, this is a split vote. This is a split vote. All right. I'm going to tell you, I've been thinking about this. So... now that everybody's got their votes in, I'm going to tell you what I think about it. And if you feel like changing your vote, you can change your vote. You guys ready? I don't know if you're back. I don't know if people are gone. All right, show me a sign of life in chat so I don't, because I don't want to be talking to nobody. Let me see if you're back. Jesus fucking... Okay. I'm glad I already pissed, because I would have definitely pissed again. I actually rolled my chair back away from my desk. That's how scary that was. Wow. I forgot I put that one on there. All right, I see some activity. We're going to be talking about...
Do it.
Yeah, I know. I will. I'll do it.
Do it.
Are you sure you want me to?
One pair of pants later.
Oh, that was perfect. That was perfect. Oh, is it delayed? Refresh the stream. Or is it mobile? That might be why. I don't know. It's interesting, right? Because here's my thoughts on the whole matter, okay? Okay, first of all, I want to make sure everybody understands what we're talking about. Because there's two parts to this that I think it's a very, very, very important to make sure that we have distinguished, okay? There is there is calling for backup, but there's also why you're calling for backup. So what I want to say before I go into conversation on anything is that if you're calling for backup because you know something is going to go down that you found out about out of character, we got a problem. If you found out about it out of character and you call for backup, we have a problem. That ain't cool. That is straight up metagaming. You're acting on something that your character doesn't know about. So no matter what we say here, no matter which way we go, I want to make it clear to everybody that that is metagaming. For example, if you see on someone's stream that they're gearing up for a raid and you get on, that's a problem. If you see on someone's stream they're gearing up for a raid and you radio for backup, that's a problem. That is 100% metagaming. I don't want you to do that. Please, come on. You need to make sure it's coming from in-character sources. If we're going to allow you to call for backup, your character has to have a reason to call for backup that they know about from in-character sources. Does that make sense to everybody? Can we agree on that? Yeah, because otherwise that's just hands down metagaming. Another thing is if, for example, the PD, so say we allow the call for backups, because this applies to PD too. If PD calls for backup because they're going to be doing a raid or whatever, and a character that's a PD member and a gang member sees that call for backup, and then they call their gang for backup, that's also metagaming. Because the information was meant for their PD character, not for their criminal character. So using that information on your criminal is metagaming, and that should not happen. Can we agree on that? And by the way, I should say that goes both ways. If you have a criminal and a cop, and you're on your cop and you see your criminal Discord call for backup, and then you tell your police friends like, oh, there's going to be resistance or something, or we better bring, more guns or whatever. That's metagaming too. Don't do that. If we're going to be able to allow people to have crims and cops, which I don't want to change that, you guys have to separate the information between your characters. You have to. This is the type of stuff that puts it in jeopardy. There are people out there that don't want us as a community to allow people to have crims and cop characters for the same people. And I personally don't agree with that. But you got to keep them separated. You got to keep them separated, please. If you are in the city as a gang member, then you shouldn't be able to log in as a cop. Yeah, I mean, no. You should not metagame. That's what you guys should say. Right? And fair to say, like, okay, well, there are people that won't do that. There's people that will metagame information from one character to another. That's fair to say. I agree with you. That happens. It's unfortunate. It's not okay. It shouldn't happen. It's against our rules. If you think it's happening, report them. Our metagaming rule puts the burden of proof on the player that's being accused of metagaming. Do you understand what that means? That means that's one rule, probably one of the only rules that we have, where we will enforce it without hard proof. That is the one of the rules where you're guilty until proven innocent. If it looks like shit, it tastes like shit, and it smells like shit, it's probably shit. We don't know exactly, but all signs point to it being shit. So we're going to treat it like shit. Unless you can prove that it ain't shit. So you have to have proof that you found out the information that's suspicious through in-character channels. And if you don't, you're going to get a metagaming. And we've seen this with police before. We've also seen it with crims. Cop finds out about a criminal location because they respond to a crime there. The very next day, that person's crim knows about that criminal location miraculously. Person's gang finds out about the criminal location. Very next day, it gets raided by police because somebody found out miraculously. Yeah, it happens, guys. It's not enough of a reason to prohibit our entire server from having the permission to play crims and cops. We have 2 character slots. You can buy more. We shouldn't be wanting to prohibit people from that. There's plenty of people that do it right. When we went to a whitelisted server, I had to start changing my mentality about things because on a public server, the mentality is protect against everything because everyone's going to ruin it for everybody else. And so we can't have nice things. We can't have leeway. We can't have the ability to make fucking mistakes. We have to just restrict everything because a public server is full of shitters. That is not what we are. It's not easy, but we've done it. And because of how hard it is, I don't want to go back to the you ruin it for everybody mentality. We're whitelisted. If you fuck up, you're the one that's going to get punished. I don't want to punish the entire server because some people can't handle something. That's just not the way to run a whitelisted server. We've got to be able to trust people. We've got to be able to trust that people will make mistakes and improve from them and learn from them. And so I'm not going to be restricting it like that. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, we can all agree that you can't be calling in backup unless you found out about this information in character. Now, the people responding to your call from backup are going to know about it when they get in because you're going to tell them. And that if we allow people to call for backup, that covers us. That clears that situation. So this goes for cops and crims. If I'm not going to allow cops to do it if crims can't, that's not fair. The other thing that I think about, and remember, I'm just trying to tell you how I feel about this, and then we can have a conversation. Not that I want to influence everybody, but a lot of people have already voted on it, so I don't feel like I am. As long as we can agree that the metagaming isn't okay if it's actually metagaming. Okay, now, I don't think that it's okay to call for backup for an actively ongoing current situation. Okay, so let me just give an example. I'm on my block and a rival gang starts rolling up on me. And I go, fuck, and I go into Discord. Guys, I need help, I need help, I need help. That's not okay. I don't think that that's okay. If we're going to allow people to call for backup in Discord and shit, to get people to log in for a situation, I think what we need to do is put a timer on it. And say, if you are logging in, you have to be connected and online for, let's say, 10 minutes before you can join any active situation. So that means if they call you because they're getting attacked, you got to go and sit somewhere for 10 minutes and wait. You are not allowed to go. Because I don't think that that's right. I think if somebody's got the jump on you, they got the jump on you. That means you got to eat it. You're taking it. Sorry. You can call for backup. And they could be there to pick your ass up from the hospital probably. And then for any, retaliation or whatever else might happen in the roleplay after that. But no logging on and going right to a situation. And if we can agree on that, then I think we should allow people to call for backup. Here's why. Why are we playing this game? Why are we in a gang with people? Because we want to play together. When the cops are rolling up to do a raid on people, and the cops call in and roll up 10 deep, and they show up and there's 2 people there, Do you think that that's actually fun for them? I don't think it really is. Because I have no life. Like, there's a lot of reasons why we're here, but I was kind of going for the whole, like, we want to, you know, we have similar interests and we want to play the game together with people that have similar interests. You guys are killing me. No, I mean, no, not those reasons. No, because we like to play we like to role play. Anyways, I think that we want to play with people. So calling in backup is like, hey guys, let's go have fun together. And I think that's a good thing. All right, again, given the fact that we can agree on those two other things, as long as we can agree that you shouldn't be able to do it for an actively ongoing situation, and that there should be like a cooldown, right? Which 10 minutes we use for already in our rules, so 10 minutes makes sense to me. And that the reason you're calling for backup is because of something you found out in character. And be prepared to prove it. I'm serious. Be prepared to prove it, because if you get reported for metagaming that you're calling in backup because of something you found out in a stream, you're going to have to be ready to prove that you didn't find out about it in stream and you found out about it in character. And if you can't prove it, then don't call for backup. The responsibility is on the person calling for backup. And I don't care if we don't have proof of you calling for backup because you did it in a DM or you did it in a private Discord or a private Discord channel. I don't care. Because if it's alls I need is to see people logging in and showing up for your fucking fight. And if somebody reports that, we're gonna entertain it as if you called for backup, and I don't care what you say. That's the only way this works, guys, okay? I'm not just trying to be a dick. It's the only way this works. You know how people can be shady. You know how people can do things in ways that can't be reported. But when it comes to this and metagaming, the burden of proof is to prove your innocence. It's the only way we can let it work. Because it's powerful. Let me tell you, last night, and it's powerful for both sides. I want you guys to understand that I am coming at this from a neutral perspective. I'm in the middle, truly in the middle here. When I say all the stuff that I'm saying it about cops and crims. The PD turned from 4 people clocked in, or 5, to like 10. Because they called for backup. The crims in last night's incident that caused the vote did the same thing. And it shocked the shit out of me because I was coding at the time, and I always keep a server window open. I can see how many players are online. Our population went from 30 to like 37 in like 2 or 3 minutes. It doesn't normally happen, by the way. We get to 37, 40. We get up there, but not in 2 minutes. There was a massive amount of people that logged in all at the same time. Oh shit, almost broke the server. Are you awake? So it's powerful. That's my point. And it isn't always just going to be cops and robbers. This is going to happen between gangs that are fighting too. And so we need to make sure we just need to make sure everybody's playing by the same rules. If it's okay for you to call for backup, it's okay for anyone to call for backup. But how it's done and the timing is the important part to me. So I think we should allow it. We should allow it. More players is more fun. I typed it because I meant it. I believe that that's true. More people involved is more fun. The cops have more fun when there's resistance. toss them in a Pokeball. As long as you're following all the rules, toss them in. We got rule of 6. If you're defending a territory, you can have members from your gang only exceeding that limit. But for those of you that have 2 chapters, it gets a little complicated. It's the turf that it's happening on. Whoever has that claim, those are the members that can be there. And if you don't have enough from that crew to get to your 6, you can supplement with other people. But if you have 6 from the claiming crew and 4 from your other crew, you don't get to bring those extra 4 people. So remember that. This is why it's not always the best idea to split up your members into 2 different gangs. But that's a decision you guys can make. So with that being said, if we do decide to allow it, that would be the criteria that I would put on it for the server rule. Is that you cannot get involved in a situation until you've been connected to the server for 10 minutes. And the reason to call for backup has to be informed by in-character information. And be prepared to prove it if you get reported for metagaming, because the burden of proof is on you. Those are my conditions. If you agree with me, if you agree with that, and you voted no on the vote, and you would like to go and change your vote, I would ask that you do so. Yes, this would be a rule. This would absolutely be a rule. That's the reason for this whole thing. Because it has to be a rule that applies to everybody, and that's publicly stated. So if you agree, if you think that we should do it under those circumstances, if you agree with that, I would encourage you to go and change your vote so that I can see that you agree with it. And we still have 2 days left on it. And I'll type this out. I'll type it out a bit for folks who weren't in the stream today. But that's the only way that I'm comfortable. And I've talked with Kat. Kat and I talked about this a lot last night. Because we're a bit uneasy about the whole thing. We have to think about it from an enforceability perspective and what type of collateral damage it might have and all that kind of stuff. And we both kind of agreed it's still a little but if we applied these rules to it, it would be basically it's the only way we'd be comfortable with it. Hey Kat, welcome home. What the fuck? All right. Does anybody have anything they want to say about it that I didn't already say, or anybody want to have a conversation? Anything like that? Oh, it's 50-50 now. All right. Do you want to come up on stage and talk, or do you want to type it out? Facts, please, for fuck's sake. It's fine. You can be unchanged. I'm not trying to sway people. I'm just trying to give you like the. Basically, if we do it, it is going to have to be like this. So, all right. We got 2 days left on the vote. I mean, it's split. If it stays this split, then Kat, Maxie, and I are going to make the decision. Yeah. Yeah, it's the only way we can do it, honestly. Because it's got to be, if we make a rule, we have to be able to enforce the rule. There's no reason having a rule if we can't enforce it. We have to make some assumptions. And we have to have sensible limitations on it. I think the worst thing is if you're having like a fight, you know, and you've got 6 people and they only have like 3 or something, and then all of a sudden people just wake up and start shitting on you. That's probably the worst situation, which is why we got to have a 10-minute timer. There has to be like an engagement, Al, to consider it active. We have rules already on that. 30's I mean 30's way too long. And our rules already state that 10 minutes is when a situation is no longer considered active. So that's why I said 10 minutes, because it goes along with the rule we already have for an active situation. And let's be honest, I mean, 10 minutes when there's an active conflict, that's a long time. Well, I think if you have to call for backup, the situation's going to be over in 10 minutes. Because you're probably going to get shit on. '30s, it's just a long time. So if you looked at the active situation rule, right there, right here. A situation is no longer active when EMS and PD have not been involved for a period of 10 minutes. Situation is considered active when they have been involved within 10 minutes. So we already have this 10-minute precedence in the active situation rule. I don't like to make things more complicated if it can be, you know, if we can kind of keep it similar between our different rules, then it makes it easier for players to follow the rules. At 30 is a guarantee. Like, yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I just feel like 30 is a long time. Yeah, EMS was loving it. Well, that's going to be up to you and me, Bratcat, and we'll figure it out. I'd still want 10. My point was to not complicate it. It's an active situation rule. Active situation's no longer active after 10 minutes. I mean, we could apply this to it and say it has to be 10 minutes after the situation has completed, where there's no one involved anymore, which then could lead to a 20 or 30 minute actual time frame. But it gets harder from a staff perspective, you guys, to enforce it like that, because it, you know, we don't exactly know the time. But if we say 10 minutes from when you logged in, we know exactly when that is, and we can tell if you did something with before the 10 minutes was up. We'll know exactly if that happened or not from our logs. So I just that's where I'm coming from on it. Okay. Remember to vote on the new thread, the new poll that I put up. Looks like a lot of people are in favor. Yeah, would you, so, I don't want to call anybody out. Hang on. Not see this. Oh, there's where I was, look at this. I said same game and recent time frame, and the shoutouts are always not the same game. I don't know what the hell. This broke as shit. Hey, you know what? I'm curious. Today I get your kill. Oh, yeah. The guru thing rarely works, right? Oh, is there a better is there like a better option for the shout out thing where it plays a clip? Cuz that's what I wanted it to do, was to play a clip from, because I think that's a cool way of shouting people out. And I want to try to recognize members of the community that stream when I can. Okay. Well, I'll check with them. Let me ask you guys a unrelated question. Out of curiosity, when I put these polls up, I will sometimes look at who's voting, and I don't want to share that. And can you guys see who's voting? Can you click in to see who's voting? Wait, is that public information? Or is that just oh, you guys can see it too? Don't be dicks about it. I mean, people are entitled to their opinion. It's okay, it's okay that they think what they think. We really need to be good about, I'm not saying anybody is, but this is a public service announcement. We really need to be good about creating a safe space for people to state their opinions, and not disparage them for not thinking about things the same way we do. So I just want to say that. Sidekick works great for shout out with clips. If you could, I might ask you later, because my brain, it doesn't have a lot of RAM right now. My question to you is, what do you think when you see a member voting who isn't really playing here anymore? What do you guys feel about that? Like somebody, you're like, oh man, it's been 6 months since they've been around. They shouldn't be voting. They shouldn't be voting. Is that Like, does anybody, if it might bring them back, but if they have no intentions, yeah, but how do we know? If you're not active in the community and you're just a fair weather player, you have no voice in what happens. I feel their vote is irrelevant. Okay. It's a hard way to judge, yeah. Yeah, because we don't know what their intentions are. I mean, and there's people that'll come back and log in for a day or two and then be gone for months again. And, you know, I mean, maybe shit's going on in their life and they can't. Like, okay. That's fair. I think every vote should count. So even people that haven't played. So here's, was that a dig at you? Wait, me? Did I dig at you? I don't think so. Oh, okay. I'm like genuinely concerned over here. I don't think a week. No, I'm talking like you don't play here. So the reason, so like I have a little problem with it, and let me explain why. I feel like, you know, and I can't put a time frame on it, but I feel like if you haven't played here in a large enough amount of time, how is your, like, what is your vote being informed by? Like, how do you even know what you're voting on? Because have you guys seen the updates channel in Discord? I'm fucking always updating shit. The server changes a lot, right? And not everything changes all the time, but for the most part, we're evolving all the time. And so if you haven't played here, let's just throw out a number. If you haven't played here in 6 months, then how do you even know what you're talking about? Like, how do you even know how the system is in the server right now? And my concern is your vote uninformed. Because I don't mind people voting, but I really feel like you should only vote if you know what's going on, if you know what the outcome of the vote's going to cause. Because if you don't, then what are you doing? And I worry about people voting a certain way, like, just to fucking spite others. Kind of like a revenge vote. Kind of like, well, when I did play there, so-and-so fucking pissed me off, so I'm not voting for whatever they vote for. I'm telling you, people can be like that. It's sad, but it happens. Streamers, they have to have a membership to vote. But yes. But they would be, I mean, so they have a membership, but they haven't played in 6 months, but they're watching a streamer, so they're qualified to vote because they watched the streamer? Or are they just an extension of the streamer's vote? I mean, what perspective do they have if they're only seeing it through the streamer's eyes? They're not actually feeling the system out themselves. Oh, okay. Depends. Oh, I didn't see that. Sorry. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's possible that they could be making an informed vote. Well, kidding. It's you know, I guess that's the next question. And Bunchi, yeah, that's kind of what I was considering. I don't know that it's a big enough issue. Like, I don't see a lot of people doing it, so, you know, and we don't have votes like all that often, and a lot of times we talk about them too. And so, like, for example, in the case of the current standing of this illegal crafting vote, where it's 79% to 13%. I don't think it's going to make that big of an impact. A couple people voting that haven't played here in a long time. People could be voting out of hopes that the server becomes better and then maybe they might return. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, U-Haul. I always put a I don't know if you notice, but like every time I put a poll up, I always put an option that's kind of like a throwaway vote. And in fact, you see that what's Crim crafting? I'm innocent and Angel. Now that I know everybody can see, you'll notice that a couple of cops voted on that one because that's kind of their way of having still kind of being able to participate, but in a way that's not going to, influence the outcome. Because I think people want to participate in things. That's why I always give them that option. And sometimes I try to make it witty and funny. Well, and if people feel like they have enough information to, give a perspective and vote, then go ahead. I mean, my main concern was just like, well, and that's why I always have a throwaway vote. Those votes are just for people to be like, yeah, I'm here and, I'm participating, but like, I don't really know how to answer this because the vote is on an area of the server that I'm not experienced in. But I put it in ways that are more fun to say than what I just said. It seems to work for the most part. I think people that are voting in there always make sense to me. Although I did put one vote up that said, if you click this, I will ban you. And then I didn't ban the person that clicked it. Well, yeah, I mean, they can have friends that play here and they get perspective from that too. Maybe they don't do it themselves, but they talk to people that do a lot. So I'm not trying to be judgy about that. I was just saying, like, it's just weird that people haven't logged in 6 months or more are voting on things. And I just wondered if I was just being an asshole, what other people thought about it. Okay. All right. That's all on the polls. We have a few days left on this one that we put up today. So we'll give the community time to register, although a good amount of votes already in on that one. This one's slowly changing after the clarification on how it would be implemented for the being able to call for backup. And we'll give it 2 more days and see where it comes out. If it's still super duper close, then Cat Maxi and I will make a decision based on the feedback we've received today during the community stream and any type of adults that have participated in an adult way in the conversation. Anybody that gets pissy or bitchy, we'll throw that shit out and we won't even consider what they think. And that's just how it is. At this point, you guys can ask me anything you want. And after I answer any questions that you have, we'll go ahead and wrap up the stream. So, what do you want to know? Just plop it in chat. Tired as fuck. I know we talked a little bit about this in general chat and some of the threads. The ICU thing, should we make a poll thread for that about not using information? So the question is related to when somebody is in ICU, there is not clear. There's not a clear understanding on if people in ICU can use information that they hear or see while they're in the ICU bed. Some people think that because they're, quote, sedated, that they shouldn't be able to use the information. They can't talk. They're not allowed to talk, which leads people to feel like, well, they're sedated. They're in ICU, so they shouldn't remember or be witnessing anything that's happening. Other people feel like they can hear it, they can see it, so therefore their character's perceiving it, and therefore they are allowed to use it. So that was kind of the conversation, and we don't really have there's nothing that we have an official stance on that for, so should we? Do we need to? What do you guys think? I could add a blackout. Well, I think I think it causes a problem because I feel like when possible, we need to make things feel as natural as we can, right? So I feel like if we're expecting people to not hear or see, then we should, if we can, probably make them not be able to hear or see. Because how could then there's no room for any issue, right? Like there wouldn't ever be a need to enforce anything because we would force it to be the way we want it to be. And so I don't want to create, more staff issues. No one likes being in a player report. No one likes reporting people. No one likes being in trouble. So if there's a way to code enforce it, we should probably code enforce it. It depends on the interior, Nelly. It's some of them are bad. It's all based on the mapping. Well, yeah, if somebody's getting weird, then we have a rule against it. But then how would we know that they were getting weird? If we didn't know they were getting weird, then would it even get reported? There's a whole bunch of questions there. I can black them out. I don't know if I can mute their audio. I maybe can, but I could definitely black them out. Yeah, I don't care either way, but I feel like whatever the player perceives, they should be able to perceive. So as it stands today, I personally feel like they can see and they can hear, and so they can see and hear, because that's just common sense to me. And I don't think it serves our community at all to put in things that are complicated from a rule perspective. I think if like I said earlier, if we can code enforce it, we need to code enforce it, because as a player, if I can hear something, I can fucking hear it. And I don't think I should have to pretend that I didn't hear it, because that's just weird. And it's hard. And it's not going to happen for everybody. And so if I pretend properly and they don't, now it's an imbalance. You just want to know what's decided so that you know how to act. Yeah, that's facts. I'm not gonna blare squealing noises in people's ears for the entire time they're in the ICU. No. I value my life more than that. They are in first person when they're ICU'd, but they can look around. They do have a limited vision of range of their vision. Although with the new hospital, because they're not getting laid in the beds, it's not that way. But I'm hoping for a map fix on that one. I've already got a ticket open with the devs. They are in first person, but they're standing up. Yeah, so they can see. But the sight part's easily addressed, guys. I can keep them blacked out. I just don't know if I can mute their audio. I can find out. So I think the poll, so I think it needs to be code enforced, whatever we decide. So I think and I think we can put a poll up, and then whatever the poll says, I'll just code. How's that sound? I don't want to do a pop-up. I want to make it, I want their perception to be what their reality is. Does that make sense? So I feel like if a player, when they're in the ICU they can perceive sound, then the sound is their character's hearing, and they get to use the information that they hear. So whatever the outcome is, I want to code it, and that's going to be the way it's going to be. That's if that's how people want it to be, then I want to black them out and deafen them. Deafen. Yes. I am fairly sure I can do it. If I can't fully mute them, what I'll do instead is put the radio filter on. Is that from the max range, from the maximum range? So it would be like, you know, they wouldn't be able to, it would be unintelligible. So Kat, if you want to put a poll up, that's fine with me. Whatever is decided, as long as I can code it, that's what I want to do. And I don't care which way it comes out. Okay, any other questions? That's my cat. She came over to say hi. And get her pats. Any other questions? Ask me anything. Anything you want. They're back in. The stereo speakers are back in today. No, there's a table there. It'll be there after restart. I put like a filing cabinet in on the other side of the window. That was Faye, yes. I will get you more information on that as soon as I figure that out. Yeah, so the claw machines, this was just I was just getting it in. So the plan with the claw machines is that they will eventually become more differenter. But I need time to get to before I can do that. But like for example, the claw machine and the vanilla unicorn will eventually dispense dildos instead of pets, instead of shoulder pets. The uwu will eventually have like cat plushies and stuff for that you can use in like housing. I want to make them, and like other places that don't necessarily have a theme, then will be the shoulder pets, and then I'll make sure that the ones that aren't included currently are placed into other machines around. But basically, I don't want them to change. Like, I don't want there to be like any kind of rotation or anything. It'll be like each location might have a few different options, and so if you want to collect them all, you'll have to eventually, visit the other businesses. I can do that part pretty quickly actually. So I'll try to remember to do that soon. Because just diversifying them a bit that's not too difficult, but changing the ones to other items is a bit of a challenge. Should we be making any tickets for PD related fixes, or will everything change with the PD update dispatch issues? A lot is going to change with the PD update. The MDT is going to change. I don't think that dispatch is going to change, but I'm not 100% sure about that. It depends on if the MDT has a good dispatch system, then it might just all get integrated into the MDT. But I have to wait and see what the new MDT's capabilities are going to be. I think it's going to be really good. I'm excited about the new MDT. It's going to be awesome. The people developing it are the people that develop our phone, and they're really great at understanding that there's people like me out there that like to have a little bit of control over scripts and do some of my own customizations and development on things, and so they're good at giving us abilities to do those things. But also their UIs are clean. For the most part, they perform well. The phone could use a little bit of work, but they do update it frequently. And they took a lot of feedback from the community when they developed this, and I've put in 4 suggestions that have already been implemented into the MDT. So I'm really happy about that, and I think it's going to be awesome for PD, and I think it's going to do a lot to help facilitate like a more investigative policing style, and it's going to make crims a little bit more pissed off when you're able to tie stuff together more easily, and it'll make them have to think a little bit more about how they do things. But yeah, all good stuff. So I guess the answer is go ahead and report issues, just with the understanding that I might say I'm not going to fix this because the system's getting replaced or something, if that makes sense. Can we bring Santa back in July? Did you miss Christmas, Diesel? Is that what you're saying? You missed Christmas? I don't know. Santa had a really wild Christmas this year. Christmas. I think that I'll probably focus more on other things, and I do plan on continuing to support holiday events. So maybe instead of Christmas, we'll do something for America Day or something. But we are gonna since we're on the topic of holidays, we are gonna have an Easter event. Similar, it's not gonna be, it'll be low key. No major mapping or anything like that, but we'll have a little bit of an egg hunt type of deal, and there's I think Stanley's planning an event, so there'll be an event for people. Bean Machine can have travel mugs with different designs. I mean, I can't just do like anything that your heart desires, but we can. There has to be like an application for them, or like there has to be a relatable, like an already existing prop, because I got to put the prop in the machine. So if there's no prop, then it can't. But strangely enough, GTA has a lot of dildos already. So doing a dildo machine is very, very much possible. And UU already has cat stuff. Like you see it around the UU Cafe. And so I'll just be able to take what the UU Cafe is decorated with and just put it in the claw machine. And then there'll be, basically those like would be items that you could use in housing for decorations, stuff like that. Easter is on 420. What? Okay. Maybe them Easter eggs gonna have some drugs in them. I don't know. Water balloon flight? No. I think I have a squirt gun. We might be able to do like a beach party vibe with squirt guns. I'll have to look. Put a pin in that. I'll think about it. Will the Easter Bunny be high out of his mind? Abso-fucking-lutely. Fake IDs. I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if you were here for it. I mentioned earlier that I need to put a new licensing system in. So let me get the new licensing system in and then see if there's a way for us to do fake IDs. The licensing system is one of those things that I need to do in order to do other things that I want to do. And one of those things is a document system that's also going to use paper probably, where you can make up documents. And it has pretty I believe it has pretty free reign on the types of documents that you can make. So like think like contracts between players and businesses. Like maybe Weasel News wants to do an advertising contract with somebody. You could make up a document that you could type it into and make it an advertising contract. You could basically, it's a blank slate for you to create documents, and the documents become items, and those items can be signed and given to other people or stored in storages, or can be, presented to police officers. At that time, I'll also be implementing like a permit for operating food trucks, and those permits can be revoked by the police and that kind of stuff. So there'll be, but I have to have the licensing system in before I can put the document system in, because it's kind of the same system. And then there may be, at that time, I'll look and see if there's some potential for fake IDs. Any other questions? Make it come out with a stick figure drawn on it instead of like an actual photo. Fix your pole at the VU. Is one of the poles broken? What did you do? Here. I fix it for you. It's fixed. All right, click here. See the plus? Click there. And then click that button right there that says create poll. Discord has it all integrated now. Yes. You're learning. Can we get trebuchets? Fucking hell. Are we about done? Is that, I mean, Jesus Christ. Actually, that would be cool. Imagine being able to launch a car with the trebuchet. And then, like, it lands and blows up and just goes fucking nuts. Yeah. Well, that's true. There are ways to launch vehicles. So I guess we already have them. You with the tow hook on it? Yeah, and just fly up in the air and just let it go. I have something for Williams. Is he here? Are you here, Williams? He's probably... It's getting late. No. He's just getting... I don't know. Got something for Williams. Twofold. If you want to talk about it. If not, don't worry. Towing. And flatbed. Yeah. It's not on the roadmap. I guess I would consider it along this, because like basically here I'll answer it. Okay, here's the answer. The question was is towing going to become a public job, and if so, is there going to be flatbed tow trucks? Because in a one of the feedback or one of the suggestions that was made, I basically said like I want to put towing in as a public job so everybody has access to it, and have like NPC, have like NPC missions like similar to Group 6, but just with the tow truck basically. So the answer to the question is, at some point when I have the time, my hope is to be able to put in multiple new public jobs. Can't get the fucking shit. I want to be able to put in multiple new public jobs. But I want them to be the same type of system as what we have for taxi in Group 6, where there's like, progression, there's ranks, you can climb the ranks. So I've got so that part of it takes some time. So I'm going to add garbage, towing, maybe a delivery job. I mentioned like Uber Eats, like that type of thing, but it probably won't be Uber Eats. It definitely won't be Uber Eats because that would be a copyright infringement issue. Maybe like a post-op type of delivery thing. At some point, if I can go back to this suggestion here, where I talked about earlier, and I was like, here, I literally listed out what everybody can do. If you look at just look at people that are willing to commit felonies, and you'll see there's 12 things for them. And then you look at purely law-abiding civilians, and there's 5. Versus 12. 5. 12. 5. 12. Yeah, it sucks to be a law-abiding civilian. I mean, I didn't necessarily put like gathering stuff in here, but that's just, that I didn't count that for anybody. It's not really, I don't think it's amazing. So part of like, you know, my long-term strategy here is to try to offer more for this in the form of public jobs like taxi, like the taxi and the group 6. And just add some flavor there, add some variety. You know, because once you've once you've already maxed out your rank at group 6, maybe you want to go and max out your rank at another company and try something else out and change it up. Or maybe you want to do a little bit here and there and bring the ranks all up at the same time together. I don't know. Or maybe maybe you don't want to do group 6. Maybe garbage jobs more your style for your character. I understand that, and I want to support that for people who have characters that don't fit something, and with a limited selection, you know, right now, basically either taxi or group 6, it doesn't cater to a lot of different varieties of people's backstories for their characters. I know that when I first started playing in a server, and I had made my character and I had a backstory and I wanted to stick to the backstory and I really wanted to try to like do roleplay right, and I joined the server, and the server's only option for me was to do garbage job. And I thought to myself, my character would never work as a garbage man. Like, it kind of doesn't make sense for him. But I had no other options, and it was the only way that I could make money without learning about other stuff. So I had to, and it just didn't feel right. So I understand that, and at some point I want to be able to offer more options for the civs for those reasons. EMS random local jobs. Okay, I'm glad you're joking. Tis not the first time it's been suggested, and I've actually given it a lot of thought in the past. My compromise, by the way, was to put in the fire jobs, which I know are bugged. I guess you can only do one. So I'll fix that eventually. I also think I need a config for more fire spots. I don't know if I ever got that. Any other questions? Yeah, that's been, what, 6 months ago now? Probably, so I'm sure it's lost. Oh yeah, some of the mapping's changed. It's okay. We can review it again. All right. Well, thanks I know it's been a super long meeting today. I also started a little bit early, so I've been live for almost 7 hours. I almost never stay live this long. Thanks for hanging out today and for participating in the discussions. We're gonna raid out, you guys. We've got a new streamer. I was gonna raid to Night Marcher, but there's a new streamer, and I think it would be super cool to raid over to somebody that's new to our community and just show him love, support, welcome him in, and show him what we do here. So we're gonna join the raid, and we're gonna head over that way, and I'll get you next time, Night Marcher. Appreciate you raiding me earlier and sending your folks over to me. I know you're streaming right now, so if you guys would rather watch Night Marcher stream, feel free to hop over there too after the raid, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind hanging out with you. Ultimately, it's up to you, but join the raid, and we'll head over. We'll give this new streamer some unwritten love and support, And we'll see you guys next month for the next community stream.